Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are starting new course related to user management using C# and SQL Server. So first understand in this tutorial what we are going to build in this tutorial series and what are the prerequisites and what tools are required and why we are gonna discussing user management in our new course. So let's start. First of all, we'll discuss user management in C# and SQL. So first of all, understand what is user management. The user management is that your application should be able to create new users, you should be able to delete users, view users, and users can perform login to your application, logout, and user can change password. And application should be able to allow only that users which have their valid username and password can access the application, either the application is desktop, web or mobile. So this is very important. So in this tutorial series we will discuss step by step each and everything you're gonna require for implementing user management in C# and SQL. You can follow the steps and perform user management for either web application or desktop application or mobile application. So the first thing we're gonna discussing will be database design. First we'll understand the database design, which tables user management require in the database and which tables we are gonna building in this tutorial series, how our database will have relationships, database tables will have relationships with each other, and how we are going to store users and their roles information, their password information in the database. Okay, and the next thing we'll discussing how to create desktop application in Visual Studio so that we can implement all of our database design into convert into real world application and use with it and valid application. So in this tutorial series I will create a school management system, not a complete school management system. So just the name of application would be school management system, and the main task of this tutorial series is to perform user management. So I am clearing you at this point, this is not a school management system, this is the user management system, and this user management system you can use in each and every application, either the technology is web, desktop or mobile. User management is very important. So we're gonna discussing how to create desktop application using Visual Studio, and then we'll integrate user management, user authentication, authorization, and change password, login, logout in desktop applications. Okay, so next we'll discuss ADO.NET. So which features of C# are available for performing or connecting with the interacting with the SQL database using C#. So which ADO.NET classes are required. At this point you can follow any ORM, object relational mapper. For connecting database you can use either entity framework or any one, you can use your custom one as well. So I'm using standard one as ADO.NET because the majority is following this, and this is much better in terms of performance, and this is good for performing interaction with SQL Server. Okay, so next we'll discuss C#, how to write codes for C# and how to write SQL store procedures related to our specific requirements of users management. And next we will perform CRUD operations on users table. So we can change order. First we'll perform CRUD operations on user roles, and then we'll perform CRUD operations on users. Okay, CRUD operations on roles. First we'll perform CRUD operations on roles, and then we'll perform CRUD operations on users. CRUD operations means how to save users, how to view users, how to update users, and how to delete users. And next we will discuss how to encrypt password using strong hashing algorithms, how we can perform encryption for encrypting our password so that if our database is stolen no one can access our password, and to decrypt that password will use strong hash MD5 algorithm. So it is very hard to decrypt, and it does require a strong machine capability and mind capability as well. So it is very hard. So we'll perform MD5 encryption with our password, So you can also you learn data encryption. You will create generic function for encryption. You can use this function for encrypting each and every value you wanna, each sensitive value you can perform encryption on that. After this, we'll discuss user privileges. Every application have many users where admin can perform different tasks and users are allowed to perform different tasks. So we'll discuss user privileges, that which user will be available or which user will be allowed to access which part of our application. And after this, we will perform login and logout functionality in our desktop application. And at the last, we'll also perform change password functionality. So any login user will be able to change his password. Now, why user management? Why we are discussing user management in a separate course, and why we are performing user management, and why I have created this user management as a separate course in my tutorials in my channel. So understand, user management is very important because it is used in every application. Either the application is desktop, web and mobile. Each and every application holds user management functionality, and the good applications are called which allows only authenticated and authorized user to access their data. So it has some benefits. So you can use user management in desktop application, you can use user management in web application and mobile application. So some of benefits for using user management that our applications become more secure by performing user management. Only authenticated and authorized users can access our application and perform only assigned tasks to our application. And next, only authenticated users can access the application. Only authorized user to perform some specific tasks which are allowed to the user can perform on our application. And our data is also protected. Only the authorized users can access the data and can perform CRUD operations or any functionality to our application. So this is very important. Our application allows data protection. Another benefit which is not I haven't mentioned over here in the presentation is that this is the generic system user management, because it is used in each and every application. So this is the generic system. We'll create user management, and then I'll at the end of course I'll show you how to store this application as a template, so that whenever you create your application, rather than performing these operations again and again, save somewhere this as a template and create your application which has built-in functionality like user management, user authorization and authentication, user privileges and user roles management. So I'll show you at the end of course how to save this project as a template, so that you can reuse this functionality again and again for your every application, rather than writing a complete application from scratch. So this is very important. Note this point somewhere so that you should understand the importance of this course. Prerequisites for this course: you should have basic understanding of C# Winform application, how to create C# Winform application, and you should understand the SQL concepts. I have already uploaded the complete courses related to C# Winform applications and complete courses related to SQL concepts. I'm not gonna discussing each and everything related to C# Winform applications and SQL concepts, because I have already uploaded complete courses related to these two technologies. I'll be only discussing each and everything which is required for our user management. But this doesn't mean you should have expertise in both of these. You should be able to write only hello world project. You should understand how C# works, and only hello world experience is required. You are not supposed to be a professional. Definitely this course is for beginners, and only hello world experience is required from you. I'll show you each and everything from scratch. I'll create project from scratch. I'll perform each and everything from scratch. So don't worry if you don't have any prerequisite experience. You are good to go with this course. The tools which are very important we are going to use in this course. or Visual Studio, you can use any version, but I'll recommend for using Visual Studio Community Edition of any version because it is free and available for personal use. And then we'll be using SQL Server. Again, the version is not important, you can use any version with this course. You will be following same with the with your version. There is nothing difference in between the versions, and we are not gonna discussing anything which have version, you can say, differences or which can impact on your version. Version is not important. So you should have Visual Studio installed, you should have SQL Server installed. I have already uploaded the videos how to install Visual Studio in your application and how to install SQL Server in your application. And I am supposing that if you are watching user management for your application, you should be able to create your application, and then you are searching for user management, how to secure your apps. Okay, so you should have these two tools. If you don't have, you can directly go to Google and type download Visual Studio, any version, 2012 or 2015, 13, 17, 19, and please specify as in Community Edition and download according to your operating system. And then also download SQL Server. If you don't have SQL Server, then you can use XAMPP, you can use PHPMyAdmin, you can use SQLite, you can use MS Access, but I'll be following SQL Server because I'll be writing store procedures rather than plain SQL queries, because store procedures are much secure and much faster than SQL statements. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this video, and stop thinking how to secure your application, stop searching about how to secure your application. Let's start securing your application by following this complete and step-by-step guided tutorial. Thanks for watching, and if you are new to my channel, please subscribe this channel, and if you are a regular subscriber, regular viewer, then please share this video course for your friends, with your friends and classmates, and on your social media accounts and friends and family, so that those guys can also learn these awesome concepts. Thank you so much. We'll meet again in the next video where we will discussing database design for user management application. Thank you so much. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Before proceeding further, first look at the quick demo of this application so that you make sure that you are watching right tutorial, and you can make sure that what we are going to build in this complete tutorial series. So we will be using, as I've told you in the presentation, we will be using Visual Studio and we will be using SQL Server. So you can see this is our users management, where we have roles, user privileges and users table, and we are also learning about store procedures, how to write store procedures. And this is our desktop application, and let me start this application. So at the startup, we cannot access our application without providing login details. So all of our forms are validated using validation functions. And if I log into my application, this is our dashboard form. We will design this one, and you can say we are welcoming the login user, and we also displaying the access rights to the user. And I can also see admin over here. Admin can add users, or admin can view users, and admin can also edit and delete users. Admin can also define new roles, and these roles will be displayed inside our users table, users form. Okay, so and admin can also view roles, and if double click over here, admin can also update or delete roles. Okay, and next we can also change, any logged in user can change its login password. Okay, and also if you exit again and start up this application again with another user, look at this time I logged in with Ali, and Ali is not admin, so access level is normal rights, and Ali cannot see the admin values, admin menu. Ali cannot add new users, you cannot define view users, update users, delete users, and same stuff Ali cannot perform with the roles as well. And Ali cannot add role from here. If you click, sorry, you are not allowed to perform this operation. Ali can only add student and view students. But let me make a clear statement at the startup. we are not going to deal with the students. Okay, we are not developing campus management system. As I told you, I have done campus management system and this dashboard for you so that you can extend this application. The purpose of this tutorial series is to teach you how to create users, how to create roles, how to assign roles to the users, how to validate users to access specific part of your application, and how to perform login operation, logout operation, and change password operation and stuff like that. And the most important point about this, I have shown in my last video about how to create project template, that every time if you are creating your project, this is need of for your each project. Your each project should have user management where users can log in and log out, and admin can add users, view roles and add roles and change password, stuff like that. At the end I have shown how to create project template and how to create database templates, so that your each next application should have this functionality built in, so you don't need to write code for each of this one at the for your each next project. So you have this template with you, and you can customize this one if you wanna, or you can use as it is for your each and every next project. Don't need to create every time login forms, logout forms, create users, create roles, view roles and stuff like that. This is the main feature of this course, and all we are doing is all about that. I am telling you that we will be doing this one, so don't think so that I am doing something extra. I will be doing throughout this tutorial series that I am telling you. Okay, and this is a very very important course for you, because I have already told you in the presentation, this is very important course. Your each application should have these functionalities, and obviously it's a best project that you can reuse for your each and next project. Some beginners I have seen that they create new users form, new login form, new roles form, change password each and every time again, or they are just copy pasting. But don't need to copy paste. I have shown you how to create database templates and how to create project templates to reuse your existing work. Thank you so much for watching. We'll start again with a startup project. We'll do or we'll create our project in upcoming videos. Thank you so much. We'll meet again. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to my course. I'm Rauf Yasin, and we are learning user management using C# and SQL Server. This is the second part of our video tutorial course. If you are new, please watch previous video so that you can understand what we are going to build and what we are doing. In this video tutorial, I'll be discussing database design for our application. So we'll create our database and we'll create required tables, and we'll discuss which tables are required for, you can say, user management. Okay, so open up your SQL Server. So expand this one and right click on database, new database, and you can rename this database as users management. Okay, click OK, and this is our database, user management, and this is our tables. So right click on tables. The first table we are going to create is for storing roles information. So the roles which are required for our application will be storing in this table. So this table contains role ID as a type of integer, and then role, title and varchar 50, and you can say description and varchar 200, and created by as an varchar 50, and created date as enough date time. So we'll be storing our roles in this roles table. So the role of user is admin, operator, salesman, something like this. So I'll set role ID as primary key, and I'll also set this one as identity specification is equals to true. Okay, so I'll save this one as roles. Done. Refresh. you can see your roles table over here. And next table we will be creating is users. So we will store users over here, and we'll use role ID as a foreign key in this table. So our user, one role can be assigned to many users. So understand, an organization can have multiple salesmen, an organization can have multiple accountants, so their roles can be assigned to this one. The only fields I'll be using for this table: username as an nvarchar 50, then password nvarchar 50, and then role ID as an of type int as a foreign key, and then I'll be using is active, which is type of bit, so that we can activate or block users. And I'll be also using description nvarchar 200, and then I'll be using created by nvarchar 50, and then created date time. After this course I'll be I'll create a new course for using SQL triggers, so that if you are following this course, so make sure we'll performing trigger operations in this database. So I'll use this database for that operation. So I'll setting primary key as an username, so that our application should have unique users. The user duplication will be not allowed, and we can't set this identity specification, because the data type for this username column is nvarchar, and nvarchar cannot be identity. The only integer fields are identity means auto incremented fields. Okay, so I'll save this one as users. Okay, the next thing I'll be setting up, if you refresh table, you can look at that our roles table has role ID as an primary key. Look at this, PK, and we'll be setting this role ID as a foreign key in the users table. So I'll expand this one, and currently we have only one key, which is the primary key, that is the username. We'll be setting a new foreign key for role ID. So table and column specification, click on this one, and we'll be setting primary key table as role, and we'll select role ID, and we'll setting foreign key table as users, and then we'll selecting role ID. So role ID from roles table is the primary key, which is now foreign key in the users table as role ID. Click OK, and Control S, click on close this one, save this one, and refresh these keys. Understand, now we have another foreign key, which is the user roles. And if you expand this one and refresh this one, so you can see that this is the role ID is the foreign key in users table. The only table we required for this application currently at this stage are important table, which are, you can say, users and role, but we do require a third table called user privileges. So we'll add more columns in this table when our application is completed, and we can understand the functionalities available in our application, so that we can restrict users. But I am creating this table as privilege ID int, and then user name nvarchar 50 as a foreign key, and then we'll be creating columns for each functionality which is available in our application, but we'll do this one later. So I'll set this as primary key, and I'll set this as identity specification is true, because this is the integer field, and I am setting this as auto increment. Don't do this one, and click on this one, user privileges. Okay, so refresh table and also set foreign key. new foreign key and we'll specify this username as a foreign key. So again, table and column specification, we'll select users this time and we'll select username as the primary key, and we'll set foreign key in the user privileges table. So one user have many privileges. Okay, so save. This is all about our database design. In the next video we'll be creating our desktop application and we'll do connection string in the next video. Okay, so take care of yourself. If you like this video, please share, and we'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yasin and we are learning users management using C# and SQL Server concepts. In the previous video we have discussed database design and we have also created database in the SQL Server. So if you are new to this video, please watch earlier video so that you can understand the database design and concepts of user management. In this video we'll be creating a brand new desktop application using Visual Studio, and we'll also set the connection string in this particular video, and then further we'll perform in the upcoming videos. So open up your Visual Studio. You can use any variant as of community edition so that you can use Visual Studio free. So from here you can click on start new project or go to file, new, and project. You can start from here as well. So in Visual C#, select Windows and then classic desktop and select Windows Forms application. Okay, and rename this application as users management app. Okay, and next I'll specify the location where I want to save this application. So I want to save this application in my softwares folder. Continue programming. You can save select your own required directory. Click on OK. So by default Visual Studio have created this application for us, and it have also created this form for us. So the first thing I wanna do is to delete this form from this application. Okay, right click on this form and click on delete. I don't want to use this form and I'll be little bit modifying this solution explorer. And the first thing I have created this desktop application, and the first thing I'll be doing is to create a connection string with SQL Server. So inside this app.config file we'll be setting our connection string. If you don't see this app.config file, you can right click on solution and add new item, and you can search over here app dot application configuration file. This is the app.config file. If your solution doesn't contain this one, you can add from here. I am setting connection string over here because in our application we have multiple forms and we require connection string in different forms and different locations. So rather than copy pasting again and again in each form, we will be setting up connection string into this app.config file. So I'll set as connection strings, and first I'll specify the name of our connection string. So user management UMS, I am setting UMS, and then the name of my connection string, and then I'll specify connection string as data source, and over here I will pass the name of my SQL Server instance. So open up your SQL Server, click on this button and copy this server name. So I'll paste it over here. So this is our server name. After this I'll specify initial catalog, which will contain my database name. Initial catalog, spell this correct, initial catalog, which is the name of my database, and the name of our database is users management. Right click, rename, and copy this one and paste it over here. So this is our database name. After this I'll specify the integrated security. If your SQL server is secured by using SQL Server authentication username and password, then specify user ID is equals to this ID, and after that specify password. But I have set my SQL Server with Windows authentication, so I can use integrated security. Equals to true, and that's it. So this is our connection string. We have set the name of connection string UMS, and then I have specified data source, which is the name of my server, and initial catalog, which is the name of my database, and integrated security because I am using Windows authentication. And after this I'll specify provider name, the name of provider which we are using in our application. System.data.sql client. Okay, set it as provider name. Done. So this is our connection string. We will be using system.data.sql client as in the connection string. So this is our connection string. Next I'll create a new folder in my Solution Explorer, add folder, and I'll name this folder as general. So this folder contains general classes which we'll be using for our application. So right click on general and add a new class, app connection. So I'll set it as public, and I'll create a static method which will get connection string from app.config file and will return connection string as a string to the calling function. So I'll create public static string because we will be returning string from this method, which is the connection string. Get connection string, which is the name of our method, and I'll specify return will fetch connection string from app.config file and return that string as a string in this method. Return then configuration manager, and right click on references folder, add reference, and search for system.configuration, search it as assemblies system.configuration. Import this namespace because it is required for using configuration manager. Now click on this light bulb. It's not getting, let me type again. Configuration manager, and import this namespace using system.configuration. Configuration manager dot connection string, and I'll specify the name of my connection string as I have defined UMS over here. So I'll copy this one and paste it over here. Dot connection string. Simple as that. Now understand what we have done in this video. First, we have defined connection string in our app.config file, where we have specified our server name, database name, and integrated security. After this, we have added a new folder over here, general, and in this folder we have created a new class app connection, which will hold a method get connection string, and this method is calling our app.config file to get this connection string. So in order to use this configuration manager class, we have added this reference using system.configuration, and by adding this import statement over here, we are allowed to use this configuration manager. And I am getting telling to my program that go to configuration manager inside this file app.config file. This will have this, you can say, this tag connection string. So I am telling this is the go to this tag, and after this I am specifying the name of my connection string and dot connection string to fetch the connection string and return to the calling function. So if you go to, and next I'll create a new folder and I'll rename this folder as forms. Okay, so I'll create first form, right click, add Windows form, and I'll rename this form add users, add roles form. We'll be performing CRUD operations on roles. Okay, and instead of designing this form, we are just testing our connection string. So I'll create a button over here, and I'll double click and I'll call my connection string class, which is named as app connection. So I'll use message box dot show, and I'll call my app connection class control dot and import this namespace dot get connection string. Okay, so simply I am testing my connection string, that which connection string this function or this form is returning to us. Let's start your application, and this is showing an exception because we have deleted the default form1 which is defined in our program.cs class. We are not using form1 as in default start of form. We have only the new form add roles form. So we'll set add roles form control dot import namespace and set it. Okay, start, and if I click on button 1, look at this, we are getting our connection string successfully. Data source, initial catalog, and integrated security is true. Done. So we are good to go. We have successfully defined our connection string. In the next video, we will be discussing template form, how to use template forms for designing rest of your forms, applying default styles to all of your forms, and we'll be designing this add roles forms in the next video. So I hope you like this video. If you like, please share. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In this video, we will discuss about template forms, how to create a template form and apply that design to all of your forms. So rather than designing each and every form again and again, we will design a template form and then we will inherit our new forms, so that same style automatically will be applied to our new forms. In the previous video, we have done with this connection string, and obviously you are not following a random tutorial. This is a complete playlist. You should follow from scratch or from very first video, so that you can understand what we are going to develop in this video tutorial series. Okay, so let's start. If you start your application at this stage, you are looking that we have this add roles form. So this is not a proper way of form. We should design some properties of this form. So currently we have one form. So to set all of these properties, to set designing related to this form, if we apply design directly to this form, then when we create a new form, we should do the same stuff again for that form. And again, if we create a new form, we'll have to do again the same stuff. So rather than doing again and again for same thing, we'll create a template form so that we can inherit our new forms, so same style will be automatically applied. So I'll right click on forms folder, add a window form, and I'll rename this as template form. Okay, and I'll design this form. Increase little bit, right click and go to properties, and I'll set some properties for this form so that our all upcoming forms will have the same style. So first thing, I will set the startup position for the form as center screen. Okay, and next I'll set up an icon for our form. I'll explore some icons. I think this is good. Okay, you can see icon is set. And the next thing, I will set form border style as fixed single so that at runtime user cannot be able to resize this form. And after this, I'll specify the back color as okay, don't think so, this is good. I think this is good color. So this is our back color. Okay, and the next thing, I will set show in taskbar. I don't want to show each and every form below in the taskbar, so I'll set up this as false. So only the main form will set show in taskbar property true at that form. This is a parent form as template form, so we'll set the default which is required for maximum forms. Okay, so this is our template form. Now I wanna apply this same style to all of my forms. So first I'll go to add role form. This is the current design of our add role form. I right click view code, and instead of inheriting this form from default form, I'll inherit this form from my template form, so that all of inheritance, the child classes obtain all of properties from the parent classes. So I'll set up this template form as a parent, so that all of design which is applied to this class or this form will be automatically applied to this child class. Okay, so I'll set it as template form. And if you start your application, if you click on add roles again, and you will see this exception, close this one, go to Solution Explorer and open up it again, and if you right click and close all of these windows and delete this form because this form contains some code, right click window form and set it as add role form. Instead of using add role, we'll set up roles form. Right click view code and inherit this form from template form. So look at this template form, build your project, and we need to change this one as roles form as a startup form, and build again one of your roles form. Look at this, all of our template style is automatically applied to roles form, and you can see icon over here. You start your application at this time. Look at this, our application is running, but we are not able to see the icon of our form in the taskbar, because we have set show icon in the taskbar false, but we want to show the icon of this form in the taskbar. So right click, go to properties and show in taskbar, set it true. We will set it false again because we wanna set show in taskbar property true for only the dashboard or main menu form, so only one icon is shown in the taskbar. Okay, if you start your application again and if you look at the taskbar, you can see our icon of our application is displayed in the taskbar. Done. Next, I'll design this add roles form, and I'll do it, I think this is enough in this video for template form. I'll do in the next form, I'll design this form and I'll perform insert operation in the next video. So take care of yourself, we'll meet again in the next video. Allah Hafiz, Assalamu Alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In this video we'll be designing this roles form and we'll perform insert operation using C and SQL server database. So right click and we'll look up the table design for this form. If you expand this table and we have role ID which is auto increment, obviously we don't need any control for this column, but we'll need role title and description. We will do this stuff by automatic in the upcoming videos, so we'll not do anything with this one, created by and created date. We'll discuss this one in the future in our upcoming videos. So we'll do role title and role description as in text boxes, and we'll specify static values for the time being. Okay, so role title and description. So I'll select, and first of all I'll select menu strip over here, and I'll set as save information, and I'll add a bar symbol, and then I'll set close, and I'll also specify delete. So I think we should set close right corner and after this. Okay, so close, save information and delete. Done. Next I'll search for label and drag it over here, and next I'll search for text box, and I'll select both of these and right click and go to properties, and I'll specify the font size as 12. Done. Okay, so I'll set the text property for this role as role title and specify colon as well, and drag it over here. So this is our role title, and after this we need a text box for description. Okay, so drag it, press Ctrl and drag it over here, or you can add another text box from here and resize little bit, and right click on this play button over here and set it as multi-line and increase the size of this text box. Okay, so this is our role form. The first thing, I'll be coding on this close button over here. Double click on this one and write this dot close to close this form. And next I'll change the text of this form. Right click on form, go to properties, click on form and go to properties, change this change this text from roles forms to role information. Okay, and double click on this save information menu item, and first of all I will do validation. If is form valid. Okay, so I'll generate this function, right click and click on this light bulb and generate method. Okay, so this is a validation function which will return either true or false. So I'll check if role title. I need to change the name of these controls as well. Title text box and description text box. Go to validation function, and in this form only title is required, so I'll do validation for this text box only. So I'll check title text box dot text dot trim is equals to string dot empty, and then I'll specify message box dot show, and over here I'll specify role title is required, and then validation error, and then specify buttons dot ok and icon dot error, and then I'll set focus to this text box, title text box dot focus, and I'll return false. I'll do another validation for the text box, and I'll set length, title text box dot text dot length greater than equals to 50, and I'll set should be role title length should be less than or equal to 50 characters. The purpose of this validation is to show you the idea how to validate your forms. So after this, if any of these validation is false, user have entered its name, so this condition will become false, and user has entered role title length less than 50, then we are good to go. So after this I'll set true because our form is now validated. So next thing, I'll set up a SQL server connection. Okay, so now our form is validated and I wanna store this information into the database. So I'll set up using SQL connection control dot and import this namespace using system.data.sql client. Connection object is equals to new connection, and over here I'll specify my connection string, but we have stored this connection string in the separate class app.connection string, and if we call this connection string class, it has method connection string which is returning a connection string, but this method is getting connection string from app.config file. So if you open up app.config file, we have connection string stored over here. So we need to call this app connection class, and it will call this function which will return connection string by getting from app.config file. So I'll name of class control dot and import the required namespace dot get connection string. Okay, we are using this using statement so that any of object of these SQLite or SQL commands will be automatically disposed. After this, I'll set SQL command CMD is equal to new SQL command, and over here I will specify my SQL command, but we don't have any SQL command. I'll not use plain text SQL statements, I'll use store procedures, and after this I'll create store procedure in a bit. Okay, so now we need to create store procedure. So go to SQL Server, inside programmability tab you will find store procedure, right click new and store procedure, Control A and delete all of these and write create procedure, and then follow convention USP user store procedure, and then name of table roles, and then insert new role. This is not required, you can name this store procedure as you want, but this is the convention. Write USP user store procedure and then write name of your table, roles, and then write name of your store procedure. So this is the insert store procedure. Obviously this store procedure requires some parameters, and after this I'll set as begin and end. Now if you follow my SQL Server concept tutorial, then you will know how to create store procedures, how to write SQL statements, and if you go to my channel you will find complete and ultimate course regarding SQL Server concepts. Go there and understand what I'm doing over here. Right click on roles table, script, and insert to new query window. So this is my insert statement. Cut out and paste it over here. So I'll copy this one from here and I'll paste it over here. So instead of this, you can select vertical by holding Shift Alt and arrow up and down keyword, delete and place at the right symbol, and I'll also specify the data types and varchar 50 and varchar, let me verify this one, 200, and then varchar 50. We'll use 3 parameters. The created by means who create this role, and we'll pass this value after performing login operation, and automatically the logged in username will be passed to this store procedure. And we'll not use created date in this store procedure because we'll use SQL function to get current date from the system. So insert, and at this time role title will come from here, then description from here, then created by from here, and I forgot to write comma over here. Okay, and insert into these values, and this value will come from here, role title, and after this role description, and after this created by. Look at this, we are specifying 3 parameters and we are inserting into 4 columns, but we have 3 parameters. From where we get this value created date, we will specify a SQL function over here, get date, which will pass the current date and time of system to be stored in the SQL Server. Okay, so this is a simple insert store procedure. Click on execute button over here, and let me check what is missing. Execute it again, and expand command completed successfully. Okay, so copy store procedure name from here and paste it over here. So this is our store procedure. After this I'll specify cmd dot command type equals to command type dot store procedure. After this I'll specify my parameters, cmd dot parameters dot add with value and parameter name, and then this one. We have 3, 4 or 5 parameters. So first parameter we have role title. We are not specifying role ID because it's an auto increment field. Then description. After this we have this created by, and you understand the created date we are getting from SQL Server, not from front-end application. Okay, so we need only 3 parameters. Remove this one. So we'll get role title from our title text box dot text dot trim, and we'll get description from our description text box dot text dot trim. But we don't have any login functionality and we don't have value for logged in user, so we'll be setting this one as admin for the time being. We'll get from somewhere and send it in our upcoming videos. So after specifying parameters, I'll call cmd.execute non-query, and I'll specify a message box dot show role is successfully saved in the database. Okay, now specify caption as success and specify message box dot OK and icon dot information. Done. Okay, so if you start your application again, you are looking, if we start our application, and by default the cursor is focused in the description text box, so we should change this behavior as well. Go to properties, select this text box and set it tab index as 0, the default tab index, and after this set tab index to 1. If you press tab from keyboard, it will automatically focused. Start again. Look at this, let me say administrator. This role has all the rights to application. Okay, click on save information. Connection execute non-query requires an open and available connection. The current connection state is closed. I forgot to open the connection, so we should open connection over here. First we'll check if con.state connection.state not equals to connection state.open. If our connection is not already opened, then we'll open this one, con.open. This connection will be automatically closed because we are using these using statements, so any object will be disposed from after this using statement. Start your application again and set it as administrator, and this user, this role has all or full access to our application. Click on save information. Look at this, role is successfully saved in the database. But after this message, this form should be clear and this focus should be on this text box. We'll set it right now, but before this let me make sure we're getting our roles in the database or not. Right click on roles table, click on select top 1000 rows. Look at this, we have role ID 1 which is auto incremented, then administrator, then this role has full access to our application created by admin because we are specifying admin as static. We don't have any logged in user at this stage. And after this we have defined in the store procedure get date. The value for this column created date we are getting from get date SQL function, which is returning us a current date and time. You can see over here the current date and time. Okay, so this is how you can perform insert operation using store procedure. In the next video, sorry for this, let me clear this form as well. So after inserting, we'll create another function, reset form controls, then control dot and generate this function. And over here I'll set title text box dot text or simply dot clear, and then description text box dot clear, and after this I'll set title text box dot focus. Okay, if you start your application again and let's add another user, power user, not full but almost access to the application. Save information, role is successfully saved. If you click OK, you can see our form is now cleared and role title text box is focus. So thank you so much for watching. I'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rof Yasin, and in this video we will create a new form for displaying users in the data grid view. In the previous video we have performed insert operation and save our user successfully to our user role to our database. So in this video we'll create another form. Go to Solution Explorer, right click on Forms folder, add window form and name this form as View Roles Form. Okay, so I'll go to code and I'll inherit this form from our template form so that all design is automatically applied. Build this application, click on this. So this is our view roles. So I'll go to tools and I'll select some panel. I don't really need this panel because I don't want to waste your time. You can design your form. Menu strip, and I'll set as close, and over here I'll specify separator, and after this I'll create new row. Okay, so after this I'll change the text of my form. Right click properties and I'll hide this Solution Explorer and I'll set view roles. Okay, so double click on this close button over here and write this dot close. So next I'll create an data grid view, drag it over here and uncheck all of these options and set it as and also add some, we don't need any label over here because we'll do that in the next video. Okay, so I want to load a role record from database into this data grid view. So rename this data grid view as roles data grid view, and I'll go to program.cs and set up this form as start of form, view roles form, start. Look at this, this is our roles form. So now I'll reload data from this roles table into this data grid. So right click on this view code. In the default constructor I'll create another function, load data into data grid view, control period or dot to generate this event, and over here I'll specify using SQL connection CUN control dot and import using system.data.sql client is equals to new SQL connection, and over here I'll specify connection string app connection dot connection string, and then I'll specify using SQL command CMD is equal to new SQL command, and over here I'll specify my store procedure name, and then we'll do further. But before proceeding with this code, we'll have to create a store procedure. So I'll right click on store procedure, new store procedure, control A, remove, and then create procedure USP roles, and then load data into data grid view. And we don't need any parameter for this as begin and end. Okay, so I'll select role ID, then role title, and then description, and then created by, and then created date from roles, and then I I'll select it and execute it to make sure what we're getting from this row procedure. Okay, so you can see we're getting date and time, but I don't think so. If you want to convert this data time, you can use SQL convert function, convert nvarchar 50, and you can specify format over here 105, so that as created date, so that you can only get date from this column. Select and look at this, we are getting only date from this column. Okay, click on execute button over here. Done. Now copy this row procedure name and paste it over here. After this, I'll specify cmd.command type equals to command type dot store procedure, and then I'll check for connection. If con dot state not equals to connection state dot open, then I'll open the connection, and then I'll create a data table. Data table dt roles equals to new data table. After this, I'll use SQL data reader. SDR is equal to cmd dot execute reader, because we are getting data from database. And then I'll write SDR dot load dt dot load dt roles dot load what SDR. We are getting data from database and loading into SQL data reader, and after that we are loading our table from this SQL data reader. So now at this stage our data is stored in this data table. After this, I'll call my roles data grid view dot data source equals to dt roles. So understand the step. I am specifying my store procedure that we have created right now, and then connection store procedure, connection open, and then I have created data table to map data which we are getting from SQL command and storing into data reader. And after that, I load this data reader into my data table, and after this I have assigned this data to dt rows. Okay, so if you start your application again, you can see our record is successfully loaded into data grid view, but we are now, this data grid view is not completely filled and only cell is selected. I want to change this behavior to select complete row and also to fill this data grid view completely. So right click on data grid view properties and set selection mode to full row select, and set auto size column mode to fill. Start again. Look at this, our information is successfully displaying, and obviously this is a auto increment field, role ID, and end user doesn't know about this one. We should hide this column, but I am not hiding because I'll be performing some operations in the upcoming video. If you want to hide this column, you can directly write code inside this function. Roles data grid view dot columns 0 first column dot visible equals to false. Start again. Look at this, our role ID is hidden, but I'll comment this line over here because I'll be using this form for upcoming videos to perform search operation and to perform edit operation. So I require this role ID for my viewers. I'll hide this ID at the end of performing CRUD operations on this roles module. So this is how you can fetch data from SQL Server and display in this data grid view. In the next video we will perform search operation on this form. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin. In this video we will perform search operation on roles data grid view. In the previous video we have loaded these roles from database and displaying in this data grid view. So let's start for performing search operation. So I'll go to tools and I'll select and label, double click on this one and select an text box, double click on this one and select an button over here and double click. Okay, so we have these three controls in this form. So I'll copy all of these and go to properties to change some properties. Font, I'll change font property, font size to 12, and after this I'll align this one and I'll change search by role title. Okay, and then I'll change this one to a little bit bigger. I'll set it as search and also place an image into this button. So I'll click on image property and I'll import this image from my library. And this is not looking good. I'll go to text image relation and set it as image before text. Done. Okay, and another thing I'll also change the background color of this button. First change flat appearance to flat and it's looking better. Done. So I'll right click properties and change search text box, change the name of this text box and set the name of this button as search button. Okay, so I'll double click on this one. If first I'll check something exists in the search text box or not. If search text box dot text not equals to string dot empty. If something exists in this text box, then do this one. I'll create again using SQL connection CUN equals to new SQL connection and then app connection dot get connection string, and after this I'll create using SQL command CMD equals to new SQL command, and over here I'll specify my store procedure and then connection object. So now we'll create connection of store procedure. Look at this, we are passing role title as a parameter to the database, and then database will return record that will be displayed in this data grid view. In the previous video we have created this store procedure which is displaying fetching data from database and displaying in this data grid view. I'll be using this store procedure, so I'll copy and I'll right click on store procedure, new store procedure, control A, remove all of this one, then create procedure USP roles and name of store procedure search by title, and then we need one parameter role title which will specify from front, and then I'll select as begin and end and I'll paste it over here. So we will pass role title as a parameter from our front end application. Data type and varchar 50. Okay, so if you select all roles, you can see all of roles are displayed, but we want to specify only select those roles which title is this one. So we'll specify where condition over here, where role title, the name of column is equals to this parameter. Click on execute button over here and copy this one, search by title, and remember we are passing role title as an parameter. So click on search button, paste store procedure name over here, and then I'll specify cmd.command type equals to command type dot store procedure, and after this I'll passing parameter cmd.parameters.add with value, and if you remember we have this role title as a parameter, and its value will come from this text box, search text box dot text dot trim. Okay, and after this I'll check for my connection. If con.state not equals to connection state, if my connection is not already opened, then please go and open my connection. Okay, after opening connection I'll forget to add a semicolon over here, and then I'll create a data table as we did in our previous video. Data table dt role equals to new data table, and then I'll create an SQL data reader str equals to cmd.execute reader for fetching data from SQL database and store in this SQL reader. And after this I'll call my role table to load data from this data reader. Once data is loaded into data table, we'll simply assign this data to the data grid view. So roles data grid view dot data source equals to dt role, simple as that. And if the record doesn't exist, we should also handle the scenario. So instead of directly assigning data to our data table, we'll have to set if str dot has rows. If this data reader has rows, then do this stuff. Otherwise, go ahead and display the information to the user. Message box dot show no matching role is found, and I'll specify as no record caption, and then message box buttons dot okay, and message box icon dot information. Okay, so this is our code. Let's start your application and make sure it is working or not. Let's say I wanna search power user. Look at this, power user is searching. If I write power user 1, look at this, no matching role is found. But we do need another button for resetting or reloading data again to this data grid view. So I'll go there and I'll use another separator over here, and I'll refresh records. And if I double click, we have already created this function in the previous video. I'll call it again. Done. If you click again, and if you click power user, click on search, and if you click on here, look at this, our data grid view is again populated. But when clicking refresh records, this text box should be empty. So after calling this function, I'll set search text box dot clear and search text box dot focus. Okay, so this is how you can perform search operation on the table. If you write power POWER click on search. Look at this, no matching role is found, but we should use an like operator so that matching records will be returned to the front end. So how to use that one? Go to your store procedure, and we have already created this store procedure, so we need to alter this one, and instead of directly passing this one role ID to the parameter, we should use like operator. So any matching rows, like, then single quote, and after this I'll specify a percentage symbol, and then specify plus, and after this I'll specify a percentage again. Okay, so this will now look for matching record as well. Click on execute button and start your application again. Now this time if you write power, click on search, look at this, power user is being displayed. So we are also fetching the matching record, and if you write admin over here, not complete administrator, look at this, administrator is displaying. Refresh, and we're getting our records back. So this is how you can perform search operation in your desktop application. So we have performed 3 operations. We can now insert a new role, we can view roles, and we can perform search role operation. So the only thing I'll do in this video is to do code for this one new role, and in our upcoming videos we'll perform update and delete role functionality. So view roles, double click on this button over here, and I'll specify roles form rf is equals to new roles form, and simply rf dot show dialog. And after this, when the user enter 2-4 roles more, I'll again call load data into data grid view function, so that our data grid view is automatically populated. So if you click on there and simply call user limited access and save, and if you close, look at this, our data grid views are populated, and we're getting 3rd role in the data grid view. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we will perform update operation. Thank you, take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz, Assalamu Alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yasin, and in the previous video we have implemented search functionality on this application. In this video we will perform update functionality. So first understand what we're going to do. When I double click on this data grid view, another role form should be populated, and these values should be populated with these values, and I will do update operation in this roles information form. I'll not create a separate form for roles. This is good practice to reuse this form instead of creating another one. So when I double click on this one, we'll write code for this one to pass this role ID to this form, and we'll also pass another information to this form, so we can handle if statement. If this form is loaded for update process, then go to the database and fetch these information according to the role ID and populate that information in these text boxes, and also change this save button information, save information to update information. So I hope you understand the scenario. Now start coding. I'll go to window and close all of these, Solution Explorer, and I'll go there. So I will now double click on this data grid view. So right click, properties, and click on this events. I want to handle cell double click event. So when I use a double click, we will fetch role ID from this and pass that role ID into the new roles form. So first we'll just create int. So I'll first check if roles data grid view dot rows dot count greater than 0. If this data grid view contains some rows, then I'll set int role ID equals to roles data grid view dot selected rows of 0 dot first row dot cells of 0 dot value, and we need to convert this value to int. Convert dot to int 32 and resize a little bit. Done. So before doing further, let me make sure that we are getting correct role ID or not. Show role ID dot to string. Simple as that. So start our application. This is role ID 1. If you double click on here, we are getting 1. If you double click on here, we are getting 2, and if you double click over here, we are getting 3. So we are getting a role ID is perfect. So next, instead of displaying this role ID into message box, we will have to pass this role ID to this form. So how to pass values between form? I'll right click and I'll create two properties over here. Properties to handle update process. So first property, I'll create prop, type prop and press tab, double tap, prop int role ID. This property is going to be received role ID from that form. And another property, I will create bool update, or you can write is update. Okay, so now we have these two properties, and we will pass these two properties from that form. So go to this form again and go to over here. So now I'll create object roles form rf or roles form equals to new roles form. And now if you remember, in the previous video we have write code for this new role. When we click on this new role button, we are simply creating object and show dialog, but this time we are reloading this form for update process. So I'll call roles form dot role ID. Look at this, we can access the property we have just defined at the top. Now I am passing the value for this property. Role ID equals to this role ID which we are getting from our data grid view. And I'll also set roles form dot is update to true, because now our form is loaded for update process. And finally I'll set roles form dot show dialog, and after displaying, I'll simply again call load data into data grid view, so that our database should be updated automatically. So if you click again, double click on this one, look at this, we are getting our forms currently. Now what we'll have to do, we'll have to write code in this form. So when this form is loaded, first check if this form is loaded for update process, then go ahead and select values according to this role ID we're passing. Select values from database and populate into these controls, and also change the text information or written on this button. Okay, so roles form, so this is our form which is currently loaded. Double click on this one and this will generate load event. So over here I'll check if this dot is update. I'm missing the update spelling, so let me right click on this one, rename and is update, click apply, so that it will be automatically reflected to all where we're using this variable is update equals to true. And then you can also write simple if this dot is update, this thing and this thing is completely same. Okay, so if this form is loaded for update, let me make sure that by displaying a message that we are good to go or something is wrong. Form is loaded for update process, and if I write else statement over here to make sure that we are working or not, form is loaded for insert process. Start your application again and click on this button over here. Look at this, form is loaded for insert process. Done. And if you double click on this, form is loaded for update process. Done. We are good to go. Remove, we don't need this part as well. And if this form is loaded for update process, we will go to data, because we are passing a role ID as well, and we'll go to database and select all of records and display that record into this form. Okay, so I'll create using SQL connection is equals to new SQL connection, and I'll specify store connection string over here, which will be app connection dot get connection string. And after this I'll specify using SQL command CMD equals to new SQL command, and over here I'll specify store procedure and then connection object. So before proceeding further, I'll go to SQL Server, store procedures, new store procedure, and create procedure USB roles reload data for update, and only parameter we need is a role ID as in a type of int, as begin and int, and then right click on roles, script table as select to, because we want to select the whole table. Cut out and paste it over here, because we don't need created by and created date. We don't have any controls where we display this information, so delete this one. We also don't need this role ID, because we already have this role ID in our application that we are passing. So after this we only need these two columns. I'll specify where statement, where role ID equals to this role ID. Click on execute button, and you can make sure by passing 1. If you pass 1 over here and select only this part and execute, look at this, we are getting a record of only 1. So remove this one and click on this execute button over here. We have already created this store procedure. Copy this one and go to Visual Studio, paste it over here. After this I'll specify cmd.command type equals to command type dot store procedure, and then I'll check for connection. If my connection is not already opened, then go ahead and open my connection. And after this I'll specify my parameters. You can specify parameters over here as well. cmd.parameters add with value, and over here I'll specify my parameter as role ID, and we will pass this value as this property, because we are getting this property from here. Okay, so I'll pass this dot role ID. We even don't need this keyword. You can remove this one. This will understand I'm setting property. So after passing this property, I'll create an data table role equals to new data table, and then I'll create SQL data reader str equals to cmd.execute reader, and after reading let me change to dt role. I'll load this reader into my data table, dt role.load, and I'll specify str. So now my data is in this data table, and we as we know, we are reloading this information for one user, so we only have one row in this data table. So I'll create data row object, data row equals to dt role dot rows of what, 0. Okay, so now we have this whole row. If you select this one, now we have this whole row into this row object, and now I can I can assign value from this row to my controls. Okay, so I'll write title textbox dot text equals to row of what, I'll specify column name. We're getting role title and description. Role title dot toString because it's a string, then description dot text equals to row of what, description dot toString. I think we are good to go. Start application again, and if I click on this one, we are getting our information form empty. And if I click on this one, power user, look at this role title is power user and not full almost access to the application. So our form is populated with required information. The next thing we will change is to change the text of this button over here. So right click, go to properties and rename this to save button. Okay, so that we can easily access this one into our code. After this, change controls. Save button dot text is equals to, instead of save role information, we'll call update role information. Okay, so if you start your application again, new role, look at this, we have save information. If you click on here, update role information, done. And the next thing I'll do, if I click new role, look at this, we have this button is enabled, but I don't wanna this enabled. This button will only be enabled when we double click and we reload a role over here. So I'll go to again and I'll go to properties and I'll change this name so that I can easily access into code. Delete button, and I'll specify the default enabled property to false. Start again and make sure it is working or not. Click on new role, look at this delete button is disabled. Double click on this, look at this is still disabled, but we need to enable this one in code. So after changing the text of this button, I'll set delete button dot enabled equals to true. Start again, double click on this one, look at this delete button is enabled, and if you click on this one, look at this delete button is disabled. Okay, so now our form is populated. The only thing is required is to perform update information. So I think this video is already a bit long. I'll do update operation in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In previous video we have loaded role information to new form. If you start application, double click on that and you can see we have loaded roles information into this screen. In this video we will perform update operation on this role. Okay, so if you remember, we have set these two properties, role ID and is update, and we are using these two properties inside our form load event. We are checking that if this dot is update is equals to true, then go ahead into the database and select all of role information according to this role ID. Now our form is populated and now it's time to perform update operation. But if you click on this one, look at this, we are checking for form validation, it's good. And after this we are performing insert operation. So for the time being, if you control X or cut it from here, and I'll write another condition. If this dot is update, then do update operation, else do insert operation. Okay, I'll paste it over here, the insert code. Understand? If this form is loaded for update, then do this update operation, and otherwise do the insert operation. And I'll copy this insert code from here and paste it over here. You can use functions or you can use your logic to reduce this code, but at this time I don't think the optimization is required, and I'm teaching you, I'm considering you as a beginner. So follow me what I'm doing, and later on you can do customization. Sorry. So in the update operation I have write SQL connection, and then I have this store procedure name. I'll cut it from here, and after this I am passing parameters and stuff like that. If you go to SQL Server and right click on refresh store procedures, and you remember we have this store procedure insert new role, I'll right click and modify. So instead of modifying, I'll simply write create procedure, because I want to use these parameters, and I will call it update role by role ID. So in insert we are passing only 3 parameters, but for update we should pass 4 parameters. We'll also specify the role ID as an of type int, because we wanna update the users according to this role ID. So instead of using this, we'll write update table name roles and set, got this from here and paste it over here, set, and then I'll set role title equals to role title. Okay, so after this I'll set description equals to description, and then created by equals to created by, and after this I'll set created date. Again we'll get this date from SQL Server, get date, and after this I'll specify where condition, where role ID is equals to this role ID. Okay, and I'll execute this store procedure. Commands completed successfully, and copy this one and note the order role ID, role title, description and created by are paid parameters. So paste it over here, then command type dot store procedure, and then I'll copy one more time for role ID, and we'll pass this role ID, this dot role ID, because you know we have assigned this property role ID, and we are passing this role ID from here, where user double clicks will pass this role ID. So role ID, and after this connection open, command executed, role is successfully instead of safe updated. And as you know, we have two properties right now, we have set two properties right now, one role ID and one is update. We need to reset these, and we need to change the text of this save button color as well, and we need to change the delete button as well. So I'll go to reset form controls function, go to definition. So after this I'll check if form is loaded for update process. So I'll write if this dot is update, if this form is loaded for update process, then this dot role id equals to 0, this dot is update equals to false, and then save button dot text equals to save information, and also disable or set delete button dot enabled equals to false. So our delete button should be set to false. Okay, so start your application and make sure it is working or not. I wanna update this user. Double click on this one, and I wanna set this one as updated user and updated access to make sure it is working or not. And click on update role information. Role is successfully updated in the database. If you close this one, look at this, we have updated user and updated access over here. And if you click over here, then set salesman only perform sales. Click on save information, close. Look at this, our insert operation is also working and update operation is also working. So we are good to go. In the next video we will perform operation on this delete button. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to my channel. I am Rauf Yassin, and in the previous video we have successfully performed update operation. So in this video we will perform operation delete operation. If I double click on this role, this role is being loaded in this form, and when I click on this delete button, it should be deleted from the database. So let's start and go to roles form and double click on this button. Double click on this one. This is not working. Delete button. Yes, double click, and then first I'll check if this dot is update, if this form is loaded for update process, and then I'll do using SQL connection CUN equals to new SQL connection, and over here I'll specify app connection dot get connection string. Okay, and then after this I'll specify using SQL command CMD equals to new SQL command, and then I'll specify my command name over here and pass connection object. So before proceeding, I'll create a store procedure for this one, and I'll reuse this store procedure and I'll rename this one delete role by ID. So instead of using this one, go to window and close all documents. Now right click on store procedure, new store procedure, Control A, remove, and then create procedure USP roles delete by role ID, and then we are passing role ID again int, and after this as begin and end, and then I'll write query delete from roles where role ID equals to this role ID. Simple as that. Where condition is very important here. Click on execute button over here and copy this one, and remember we are passing role ID as an parameter, and paste this over here, and after this I'll specify cmd dot command type equals to command type dot store procedure, and after this I'll pass my parameter cmd dot parameters dot add with value, and we remember we are passing role ID as an parameter, and pass this dot role ID. Okay, so after this I'll check if my connection is not already opened, then go ahead and open my connection please, and after this I'll simply call execute non query. Okay, and after this I'll display a message box dot show role is successfully deleted from the system, and I'll specify success and message box button dot OK and icon dot information. So after this I'll simply call reset form controls function, and if you remember, if you go to definition, in this form we are setting clear out these text boxes, and if this form is loaded we are changing some information. Okay, so this is the simple code for this delete button. Go ahead and test this. I wanna delete this salesman. If I double click on this, click on delete, role is successfully deleted from the system. Close this one and look at this, our salesman is deleted from this. But it is not good practice to directly delete the roles or directly perform operations. Instead we should ask for confirmation. We should ask to user, because delete operation is a sensitive operation, and we should ask from user that are you sure you want to delete this record. If the user click on yes, then we should delete that user. So we'll perform this operation and we'll ask this confirmation box in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to my channel. I am Rauf Yasin, and in the previous video we have performed delete operation. If I double click on this one and click on this one, it is directly deleted from the database. So before deletion we should ask for confirmation from the end user. So in this video we will use Dialog result to achieve this requirement, and I'll show you how to use Dialog result to ask from users directly rather than directly deleting record from database. And we'll do same for update. Okay, so if you start if you click on this one, so this is the delete code. Let me cut it from here using Ctrl X. So I'm checking if this dot is updated or is updated. It means that we are checking for this form is reloaded for update. So before directly deletion I'll use Dialog result equals to and then I'll specify the message box. Dot show, and I'll ask for confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete this role? Let me okay, question mark, and I'll confirmation as encryption, and then message box buttons dot yes no, because we wanna allow user to click yes for performing delete operation and no for cancel. Okay, and after this I can also specify the message box icon dot question, and then I will check if result double equals to Dialog result dot yes, then go ahead and delete record from database, and I'll paste it over here, the code which I have cut it from here. Paste it again, and this is the code which is deleting record. And if user click on yes, the record will be deleted from the database, and if user click on no, nothing will be happened. Click on this one, start, double click and click on delete. Look at this, instead of directly deleting record from a database, it is asking to me, are you sure you want to delete this role? If I click on no, no role is deleted. Look at this, we have power user. But if I double click on this one, click on delete, and are you sure you want to delete this role? Click on yes. Look at this, role is successfully deleted from the system. Click OK, and you can verify that our role is successfully deleted. I can do same with the update process. if you wanna, you can do with the insert process as well. So I don't wanna waste your time. The code is same, you can use for both insert, update, delete process. Thank you so much for watching. I'll meet again with the new video. We have successfully performed all of our required operation to the roles. Start application and make sure, look at this, our view operation is working, our search operation is working. I can create new roles, I can update roles, I can delete roles, and this is all about CRUD operations with an extra functionality of confirmation box and search. So our role module is completed now. In the next video I'll start my users module so that I can create new users into the database, and I'll discuss how to display this role into user form as a drop down. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have performed CRUD operations on our roles table. So now we can create new roles, we can update roles, we can delete roles, and we can perform search operation on this. So our one table operations are completed now. In this video we will design our users form, and we'll be working on our next table called users table, and we'll perform CRUD operations step by step in the users table. So after that we can create login form and change password and login and logout stuff functionality, and after that we will discuss privileges. So to understand what we are going to build in our next table, I'll not be using one by one line of code again and again and wasting your time. I have discussed each and everything which is required for creating CRUD operations on roles, that what is SQL connection, how to call data from SQL and display in data grid view. I'll be reusing that code and I'll be copy pasting that code instead of writing line by line again and again. Okay, so let's start. First thing, I will design my form. So right click on forms folder, add window forms, and I'll rename this as user form. Okay, so this is our form. I wanna apply the default style from my custom template, so I'll inherit this form from template form. Build this application and open up your users form. It's looking much better now. So I'm going to pause the video, and after designing form I'll continue. Please wait for a while. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin, and in this video I will show you how to fetch data from SQL Server and display in this drop down. And before proceeding, I'll also change the text of this form. So first of all, click on this form and go to properties and change text from user form to user information. Okay, and now I wanna fetch data from database, so obviously I need a store procedure. So I'll go to SQL Server, and inside my database, inside this programmability tab, inside store procedure, right click and new store procedure. So I'll write Control A, remove all of this, and create procedure USB roles load data into combo box, and we don't need any parameters for this, so simply as begin and end. Note, in case of combo box we need two values, one which is the primary key and ID which will be saved in users table, and one the value which we wanna display in this combo box. We wanna display role title in the combo box and role ID as the primary key of this table, and this role ID will be stored in the role ID in the foreign key in the users table. So I'll write store procedure select role ID and role title from roles. Okay, so if you select this one and execute, look at this, we're getting our roles as an output. We are getting two values, role ID and role title. When we display this value, role ID will be hidden and will be used as a value member, and administrator role title will be a display member which will be displaying in this combo box. When a user select a role, its value member becomes its ID, and when the user save information, this role ID will be saved as a foreign key value in the users table. Okay, so click on execute button over here and copy this store procedure name. So when this form is loaded, I wanna populate this drop down. So you can double click and generate load event, and you can call a method, create a method, load data into roles combo box, control period or dot, and generate this method. And as I already told you in the previous video, I don't write one by one line because we have successfully performed CRUD operations in the database, and this is also the part of CRUD operations. We are reading data from database, so we have reading information in the view roles, where we fetch data from database and display in the data grid view. In this data grid view, I'll copy that code and I'll change it to display data into combo box. So this is our function, load data into data grid view. I'll copy this code from here and I'll go to users form, roles form. Let me get rid of this one, and I wanna do over here. So first thing, I will import the namespaces, and then I'll explain you what we're going to do, and then I'll import namespace for my connection string as well, because I have stored connection string in a separate video and now a separate class. Now I'll change this one, load data into combo box instead of load data into data grid view. So at this stage we are good to go. We are fetching data from SQL. You are using SQL connection, then SQL command. Over here I am specifying my store procedure name, then I am setting command type as in store procedure, then I am checking if my connection is not opened, then please open my connection, then I am creating data table, then I am reading data from database and loading that data into my data table. So instead of assigning this data table to data grid view, we will use our combo box name. So roles combo box. Let me verify the name of this combo box. Go to properties, and instead of using role user, this is enough, roles combo box. Okay, so copy this name from here and paste it over here. Dot data source equals to dt role. Simple as that, and we don't want this hidden column. But understand now, as I have already told you, combo box contain two important properties. One is a display member that will be displayed in this combo box at runtime, and one is the value member, which when we user click on save information, that value is gonna saved as an value member in the database. So we are already fetching those values, a role ID as an value member and role title as an display member. So I will use both of these. So roles combo box dot display member as an role title, and then roles combo box dot value member equals to role ID. Okay, so start your application again, and look at this, we are getting our roles perfectly working, but we don't only have one role. Let me open a roles form. Let me start roles form so that I can define 2 or 3 more roles. Start again, and let me set it power user, and forget about description, then user, then salesman. So we have now 4 to 5 roles in our database. So let's change again the startup form, user form. We will not use this, we will design a dashboard in our upcoming videos, but for the time being use this step. Start again, and look at this, we have administrator, power user, users and salesman working perfectly fine. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we will perform data entry validations on this form, and also we will save this complete information into our database. Thank you so much for watching. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yasin, and in this video I will show you how to save this information into our database. So if you are a new viewer, then please watch previous videos so that you can understand what is going on here, because this is not a single tutorial, it is a playlist based tutorial. So in the previous video we have loaded roles from our roles table into this form. Now we will perform save information operation. Okay, so if I double click on this save information button over here, this is getting save button. And if I go to my roles, because I have already told you I will not do the same thing again and again, I'll not waste your time. So I'll copy information from there, save information, and let me copy this one and I'll paste it over here. I'll customize this one. I think I should only do at the time right now, I should only require this code, so I'll write else by myself so that you can understand. So this is our button click. First of all, I'll check for validation is form valid, and I'll create another function, then control dot generate new method. So over here I'll write data entry validations. So I'll paste code, insert code. Here I'll explain you, but let me copy validation code so that I can reuse that code. So inside our validation function, first I want to validate user name, because username is required. So I'll set username is required, and then username text box dot focus, and then I'll also set username length, and I also specify this one. Next I'll validate password, so copy this one and paste it over here and set this one as password. Copy this one and paste it again over here and remove this one as password and password. Okay, and the next validation I will perform is for this combo box. Okay, so open up, and instead of using this time I'll use this one, and I'll change little bit because I don't want to validate the length. We're getting value from our database. I wanna validate user to select any user, so I'll set roles combo box dot selected index is equals to -1. If user doesn't select any role from there, then this error message will be displayed. Please select user role from drop down, and then I'll set focus to this one. Okay, this is all about data entry validation, and you can verify this one. We're getting an error somewhere because we have copied this code. Let me cut out this code from here. Okay, so currently we have only calling validation function. Start again. If I click on save information, username is required. If I write something over here, then password is required, and password, look at this, we're writing password in a character, but we will hide this information in a minute. And then if I click, it's working fine because user is by default selected. So let me change the default behavior of this text box to password. So right click and go to properties and set this property, use system password character to true. Now if you start your application again and right over here, look at this, our information is hidden. Okay, so next I'll do, our validation is working. Now I'll do insert operation. So paste that code over here. So look at this, we are creating connection to our SQL database and we're passing connection string. Then we have this store procedure, but we don't have this one, so remove these parameters, remove these lines as well. Okay, so we will write parameters over here, and then we are opening the connection and we are executing command. So over here I'll specify user is successfully saved in the database. So before proceeding I'll write store procedure, then we will use parameters over here. So go to programmability, store procedure, right click new store procedure, and this time we will write store procedure for inserting our user. So create procedure USP users insert new user, and over here I'll specify the parameters and then as, begin and end. So we want to store information on this users table, so right click on this one, go to script and insert into clipboard, and I'll paste it over here. So let me get rid of all of this and copy all of this from here and paste it over here, because I will set up my parameters. You can vertically select by holding shift and alt key and then selecting by using right arrow and then click on down arrow. Now set @ and then after this I will remove these brackets from here, and we don't need this created date because we will fetch date from SQL server. And next I'll specify the data types. Before specifying data types, let me copy this one and paste it over here. Okay, so remove this go keyword as well and insert into user, username, password, role ID is active, description created by, and we will specify this created date as get date function, which will fetch current date and time from SQL server database, and specify the data types as well, and watch or 50, then and watch or 50, and then role ID as an int and is active as a bit, and then description as an and watch or 50, and finally and watch or 50. I am fetching this information from this table. You can see username and watch of 50 and watch of 50, and also remove this one from here. So this is our insert store procedure. You can also, let me resize this one, paste it over here, tab. So these are the parameters which are coming from our desktop application. Okay, so these are the parameters. Then as begun, and we are using simple insert statement, insert into users table and specifying columns, and after this we are specifying values which are coming as an parameter, and simple as that. Now I'll click on execute button over here, and you can see commands executed successfully. Now I'll copy this one and paste it over here. So this is our SQL command. After this I'll also copy these parameters, so I can easily remember these one, copy little bit and paste it over here, and also paste these parameters. So first parameter we will be using is this username. So this username will come from username text box dot text dot trim, and the next parameter will come from password text box dot text dot trim, and after this we will use role ID, roles combo box dot text dot trim, and next I will copy is active, checkbox dot value. We don't have any value, so I'll use if condition over here. So I'll use ternary operator instead of writing complete if else block dot checked. If this checkbox is checked or not, I'll simply pass checked dot instead of using ternary operator. Is active checkbox dot check. So if this text box is checked, this will save true value in the database, and if it is not checked, then it will save false value in the database. And then we will need this description parameter. We already have that one, and after this we have this created by, and we also specified this one over here, and get rid of that one. So after these parameters, we are opening the connection and we are executing command, and we are displaying user is successfully saved in the database. After this, I'll generate this method. So control dot and generate method. I'll reset all of my controls. So username text box dot clear, password text box dot clear, and then roles combo box dot selected, index equals to -1. I want to select the default index, and then instead of -1 we can specify 0. Administrator as in default index, first index by default selected. Then I want to set is active checkbox dot checked equals to true. I want to select is active checkbox by default. So every time we will insert users, its checkbox is by default checked. And then I will set description text box dot clear, and we're good to go. If you start your application, look at this, this is not checked by default, so we want to set this as checked. Here I am setting, after saving information, I am calling this reset from controls, and it will be automatically checked, but by default it should also checked. So right click, go to properties, and here is the checked property, set it to true. Done. If you start again and write username as an admin, then password as an admin, and then select administrator role, and we don't need this description, it is not required field. Click on save information. We are getting some exception, so let's error converting data type and varchar to int. So we are not specifying, oops, I have used role ID as an integer and I am specifying text. So we should, because this is the foreign key, we should use value member. Remember value member? In the previous video I have told you that this value member will be saved as a foreign key in the users table. So I'll specify roles combo box dot selected value. Instead of text or selected index, we'll specify selected value, then admin, then active, and click on save button over here. User is successfully saved. Look at this, our form is again cleared, but its focus is not set. This focus should be on this text box, and you can see this is by default checked. Let me add one more user, John, password, and then let me set it as power user and get rid of this and save. Okay, look at this, our form is clear, and this checkbox is automatically checked. And only thing we should do, after calling this reset form controls, our username should get focused, and we can also verify our inserted user into this table. Right click and select top 1000 rows. Look at this, admin, role ID 1 is active 1, description is empty, created by admin, and we're fetching current date and time from database. And you can verify role ID 1 and role ID 5 because we are saving selected value from our combo box. Okay, so we have successfully performed our insert operation. In the next video you can see we are saving password as an text into this table, but we should save this information as an encrypted format. So in the next video we'll discuss how to perform strong MD5 encryption using C# and cryptography classes, so that our password is strongly encrypted and it will become hard to decrypt that password. And if our database is hacked somehow, then user will not be able to see this information. So we'll do encryption in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. We'll meet again. Bye inshallah. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In the previous video we have successfully performed insert operation on this users table, and now we can store our users into our database. But the problem with this approach was that what we have discussed in the previous video, that when we store password from here, it is being stored as an text over here in the password column in the database. So in this video we are gonna performing password encryption using MD5 cryptography classes, so our password is encrypted. The benefit of this approach is, once our database is somehow being hacked, no one can easily decrypt our password. It requires a lot of machine capability and mind capability as well to decrypt that password. So we'll do encryption in this video. I'll create a generic class for encryption. You can pass any string to that class, and that class will contain a function that will return encrypted string. You can store your credit card details, you can store your NIC numbers, or any sensitive information you can encrypt using that function. Okay, so let's start. Open up your Visual Studio, go to general folder, and over here I will create another class. You know, we have already created a class app connection. I will create another for encryption. Add class, and I'll rename this one as secure data, and I'll set this class as public because I wanna access this class from other classes or other forms. Now understand, we have this class, and as we use in the app connection, we are defining a static method and we are returning a simple connection string. Instead we will create a static method again, but in this time we will pass a string to this function, and this function will convert that string into MD5 encryption and will return the encrypted string to calling function. Okay, so I'll create a function public static, again static because we don't wanna create object of this class, so that I'm using static so that we can easily access this function by just writing the class name. And this function will return string because we wanna get encrypted string from this function. And then I will rename this function as encrypt data, and I'll pass another string, simple string. Understand this scenario. When we call secure data.encrypt data, we will pass a simple string to this function, and this function, the responsibility of this function is to take this simple string and convert this simple string into an encrypted string, and finally return this string to the calling function. Okay, so first of all I'll create object of MD5 class, so use MD5, and if you hover over this light bulb will click using system.security.cryptography. This MD5 class is defined inside this using namespace MD5, and then I'll create an object of MD5 is equals to new MD5 crypto service provider. I'll create object of this one. Okay, and then I'll create bytes because we wanna encrypt this password. I'll create byte array of password hash equals to encoding dot utf8, and then we will fetch bytes from this string, get bytes, and I'll pass simple string. And as we are getting bytes, and our bytes are stored inside this hash, I am passing simple string to this function, and this will return byte array which will be stored inside this password hash. So I can simply return this password hash. So call return and then encoding dot utf8 dot get string, and over here I will return this hash as an string, because we know our database column is nvarchar50 and it is not a byte or a var binary something. So we will fetch, first we'll pass simple string, let's say admin. Understand this scenario, let's say I am passing admin here from our calling function. So after this our password hash will become something like this, and this format. And now the data type of this format is byte array, but we wanna convert this byte array again to string, so that our string is stored in varchar50. okay, so I'll set get string, and then I'll call MD5 class dot compute hash, and over here I'll specify password hash. Okay, so our hashing function is successfully completed. I am missing parenthesis over here. So this is our function which will encrypt any data I'll pass to this function. This will encrypt and will return as a string. Okay, now we will use this function. So first I'll create an button over here to explain what is going on, and then I'll use create an button over here, and also create an text box over here. So rename this text box as simple string text box, and when I double click on this button I'll call secure data dot encrypt data, and I'll pass my simple text box, and it will, as we know, it is returning a string, so I can use this one inside my message box dot text. Done. So inside message box I am calling secure data, and I am writing, again I forget to write, and I am passing simple text which is written inside this text box, and secure data will get this text box and will convert that text box and return as a string, and that string will be displayed inside this message box. So if you start application again and type in admin over here and click on button 1, look at this, we are getting this password hash from the using that one, you can say secure data class. So instead of using over here, I was just showing you, instead of using over here, if I click to go to here, and let me remove this one from here, this auto click event which is generated, and open up user form again. Instead of using, I'll remove these two buttons from here, and I will go to my save information function. So you can see over here we are passing simple text, but what I wanna pass, I wanna call my secure data class dot encrypt data, and over here I'll pass my password as a type of string, and I'll also specify another parenthesis over here. And if you start your application again, and let me define another user like Mark Smith, and password as in Mark Smith, and let me change this role from user and click on save information. User information is successfully saved. Let's verify password encryption inside our database. Click on execute again, or you can right click it and select our 1000 rows. You can see that our John Smith is encrypted inside our database. So this is how you can encrypt any string inside our database using C# and MD5 class. You can encrypt, I am just encrypting password. You can encrypt any sensitive information, either credit card details and IC numbers or any information. That's why I write MD5 encryption algorithm function inside a general class, so that anything you pass to it, it will return that as an encrypted string. I hope you like this video. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin, and in this video we will perform view operation or read operation, and we'll get data from SQL database, and we'll create a new form inside our project, and we'll display that data inside the data grid view. In the previous video we have done this password encryption, and we have successfully stored encrypted password into our database. Okay, so let's start. Right click on forms folder and add window form, and rename this as view users form. Okay, so right click view code, and I wanna apply the same thing. Template design, Control Shift B, build the project, and you'll look that this form is looking much better. Now I am designing, change this property first, change the text, view users. Okay, so I'm going to pause the video and we'll continue after designing this form. So this is our users form. I have selected data grid view, drag data grid view over here, and then I have selected these labels and text box and this button from this toolbox. Okay, and then instead of text, new row, I'll set new user. I have also added this menu strip from tools. Okay, so let me rename this one as users data grid view. Okay, the first thing I'll write code for this one, close button. So I'll write this dot close. So if you start your application, and by clicking, let me change the start of form, go to program.cs, and I want to display that form as an start of form. Start again and click on close button. It's perfectly working. And next I'll write code for this one, new user. When user click on this one, or user form should be displayed. So I'll create an object for user form equals to new user form, and after this I'll call user form dot show dialog. Okay, so let's start again and make sure it is working or not. It is perfectly working. So now I wanna display records inside this grid view. So right click and view code. Inside default constructor, I will create another method. I'll call another method load data into data grid view. Control period or dot to generate this method, and over here I'll copy code from my existing video. You learned view roles form. I'll go there and I'll copy this code and I'll paste it over here. So control dot or period to import using space namespace, and also import for this one. And instead of using load data, we'll use our new store procedure, and instead of assigning data to roles data grid view, we have users data grid view. Okay, so now we'll write store procedure. Go to SQL Server, right click on store procedure, new store procedure, then create procedure USP users load data into data grid view. Okay, we don't need any parameters for this store procedure for the time being. And then I'll right click, I want to display records of this table. I right click and script select to clipboard, and I'll paste that clipboard over here. First thing, I'll remove this one use and go statement, and also this one as well. And I'll change little bit okay, so understand, we want to display username, but we don't want to display password because it should be encrypted. And next, we don't want to display this role ID. We will use inner join for this purpose, for displaying role title inside this data grid view. But let's make sure it is working or not. Click on execute button. What we are getting from here, we're getting role ID is active and admin. We should convert this date time into default date, so I'll write convert and voucher 50, and then I'll specify the format 105. So if you select now, execute, and no column name is specified, so we should specify column name as well, created date. Now select again. Perfect. So let me use this store procedure, execute it. We'll modify in a minute. So first, before verify what we're getting from here, paste it over here and start application again. Look at this, our is active checkbox is looking better and we're getting our desired output. But we don't want to display this role ID, we want to display role title instead. So we'll go to store procedure again, and as I have already executed this store procedure, I have to use alter statement for modifying this one. And now I'll use inner join roles or specify alias on or dot role ID is equals to, and let me give an alias to this user's u so that I can easily write u dot role ID. Okay, so if you execute this, execute, because these two columns created by and created date are same, and it is ambiguous column name, so we need to specify from where we wanna get these values. So first thing, I wanna get this username from users table. So you remember we have write u as a alias, so u dot username, and then I wanna fetch this role title from this r dot role title. Okay, and then again I wanna fetch this one, these three from users table, and also I wanna fetch this one from users table. Okay, so if you execute now, look at this, we're getting our role title instead of role ID. So now click on execute button, make sure you have changed this create to alter, execute, and let's start application again. Look at this, we are getting our role title instead of role ID, and we are passing bit value for is active, so that's why this checkbox is automatically being displayed on the data grid view. Is much intelligent, it can understand that bit value might be displayed using checkbox, so it is displaying. You can use this checkbox, or you can simply use case statement to convert this case and pass as a string that is active is equals to true or false, but I'm happy with this one. So this is how you can display data using inner join and display inside our grid. It is perfectly working, and in the next video we will perform search operation on this users module. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to my channel. I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have successfully displayed user records inside this data grid view using store procedures and inner join on this store procedure. In this video we will perform search functionality to our application. So double click on this search button over here. Let's make sure the name of this text box is search text box. Okay, so double click on this one, and again instead of writing a complete code, I'll go to view roles and I'll copy the code for this search button. So copy and paste it over here. So first we are checking if search text box is not empty, then we will write our store procedure. And now we have two parameters, so I'll use username and value will come from this one, because we wanna use this single text box for searching on the basis of roles or users. So I'll specify two parameters, but I can simply use a single parameter. So instead of using username, I can simply use filter as an parameter, and I'll pass search text box, and this will go and fetch data. If this has data inside data reader, it will reload data into users data grid view, and otherwise it will display message no matching user is found. And I will write store procedure for this one because we don't have any store procedure for the time being. So in the previous video we have created this store procedure. I'll reuse this store procedure and change little bit. So instead of alter, I'll use create, and I'll change name as well, search by username or role. But we have role title which is stored inside this role title column, so we can specify a different condition for this one. How? We'll specify where, but we need one parameter as well, because we are passing that parameter from front end at filter, and let me set this to nvarchar 50. Okay, so next I'll specify if where u dot username is equals to filter, or because we have two conditions in the front end, we can search either on the basis of username or we can search either on the basis of user role. So I'll have to specify or operator, and then I'll use or dot the next search filter is role title, and I'll specify as an filter. Okay, so we'll also use like operator over here, but first let's make sure it is working or not. Copy this one and paste it over here. Start your application again. Now let me search on the basis of John. Look at this, we are getting our desired output 100% working. Because this is the case for username, let me search on the basis of this power user, on the basis of user role. Click on search. Look at this, this is perfectly working. If I search for administrator, look at this, we are perfectly searching on the basis of this role title, and we are perfectly searching on the basis of this username. If I search John again, now this is the username. Click on this one. Look at this, we are getting username perfectly. But if I click on refresh records, this data grid view should be refreshed, and again all records should be displayed. So I'll write code for this one as well, and I'll call my existing function load data into data grid view. Okay, so start your application again and write John over here, and click on search and click on refresh records. Perfect. Now the problem is that we should select the matching records as well. Let's say I don't wanna write complete admin, I even write ADM, and click on search. Look at this, no matching user is found, but we should use a like operator to be displaying a matching row as well. So we have also used that like operator in our previous video. So instead of using this one, I'll use like, then plus, like single quote, and then I'll use percentage over here and plus, and after this I'll also use percentage over here. Done. I think we're good to go. Let me alter this store procedure. Click on execute button over here. It's successfully executed. Now go to Visual Studio and start your application again. So instead of searching for complete word, I'll search for ADM. Click on search. Look at this, our admin is successfully searching. Instead of writing complete John, I'll search for JO. Click on search. Look at this, we're working. Let me search for user instead of writing complete power user. Look at this, we're getting power user and user, we're getting matching records as well. So this is how you can perform search operation using like operator, and you can perform for multiple columns using a single text box. I hope you like this video. We'll meet again with another video. In the next video we will reload this data. If I double click on this one, this data should be reloaded inside this user's form, and these text boxes should be populated. We'll do this stuff in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In the previous video we have successfully performed search operation by search by username and search by role title. In this video we will reload data from this data grid view inside this form. We will not perform update operation in this video because it might take some time. So I'll only reload data from this data grid view by double clicking inside this form, and after that this video I'll perform update operation. So how to reload this data from this data grid view into this form, I've already explained you the process inside my previous video, how to edit a role or how to reload role inside my form. So right click on data grid view, go to properties and go to events. So I wanna use event cell, double click event. So when I double click on cell, first I'll check if this data grid view has some rows. So rows.count should be greater than for 0, and after this I'll create string username equals to, and I'll fetch the first column and pass this user information to the new form so that we can access user information from SQL database using this username. Okay, so I'll use users data grid view dot selected rows. Any row which is select index will be first, then cells first because username is stored inside our first cell, and then I'll convert this to string. Okay, so before going further, let me make sure that we're getting our desired output or desired username from data grid view or not. Start again, double click on this one. Mark Smith should be displayed inside message box. Look at this, Mark Smith, John, admin. We are getting user information successfully, but now we need to transfer this username inside my users form over here. So inside this user information form, I'll right click and I'll define two new properties as we did with the roles form. Properties to handle update and delete operation. Prop string username. We need username that we will receive this username from view users form, and also I'll create another property prop double tap, and this time bool is update. Okay, so we have defined these two properties inside my user form. This is our user form, and now on double click event on this data grid view we are getting this username. Now we need to pass this username to this user's form, and we'll also set the is update property of this form to true because the data type is boolean. So view users form, and I'll create an object of user form equals to new user form, and now user form dot username. Look at this, we can have access to this username property which we have defined right now. So username equals to username, this username. Okay, and I will also set user form dot is update equals to true, and after this I'll show dialog this user form, show dialog, and when a user updated, I should also recall my method load data into data grid view, so that data grid view is updated automatically. Okay, so if you now start application and double click on this one, look at this, our user form is now opened. But when this user form is opened, we should check if this form is loaded with the isUpdate property is true. If yes, then go to database and search user details by using this username and populate that user details inside this form. Okay, so I've already done this before in my roles video, so I will go to load event. I'll open up Solution Explorer, roles form, double click on this one and go to load event. Look at this, we are checking if this is updated, loaded for update process. So I'll copy this code from here and I'll paste it. Double click on this one, and inside this load event, after loading users into combo box, for update process, I'll paste it over here. So I'll check if this is update, this form is being loaded for update process, then I'll create establishing connection with SQL Server. We don't need this store procedure, and we are passing commands and we are doing parameters as well, but this time we are getting this username. So I'll go back and I'll specify username as a parameter for my store procedure, and I'll specify the value for this one as this dot username. Okay, so now it's time to write store procedure which will receive this username parameter and will display the required record. Okay, so I'll go to SQL and I'll right click on my store procedure, new and new store procedure, control A and get rid of all of this, and I'll use create procedure, then USP users, then reload data for update. And as we know, we are using one parameter, I should specify that one over here, username and watch of 50, and then I'll use as begin and end. And again I will go to my users table, right click, script table as, and I'll select to, because we want to select the user to clipboard, and I'll paste it over here and get rid of this one, and we don't want this go statement. So understand, we are getting what values. We want to display username, we want to display password. I don't really want to display the password, because if I want to edit user, the password should be new, and then role ID, then is active, then description, and we don't want these two values as well. Okay, and after this, if I execute at this moment, look at this, we are fetching details for all of our users, but we wanna fetch only user with username equals to this username, and click on execute button over here and copy this store procedure name and paste it over here. Understand, inside our SQL command, we are passing this store procedure, we are setting command type as store procedure, we are passing this parameter, and we are creating connection, opening connection if our connection is already not opened. Then I am creating object of data table, and I am using SQL data reader to get data from SQL, and then I am loading this data reader inside my this DT role. Instead of using DT role, I should use DT user. So copy this one and paste it over here, and I am creating object of data row, and this row will be populated from the first row of data table, because we are getting a record from users table for only one user. So our data table only contains one row, which index is 0, and instead of assigning these values, I'll use my user form. So username text box, dot text equals to, let me make sure that we are getting username. Yes, we are getting. If I don't want, I can really remove this one and I can use this username, but I'm good with this approach. So row of username dot to string. Okay, and next what we have in our form, password, because we don't want to display password over here. Next we have this user role. So this is a combo box. We'll use roles combo box dot selected value equals to row of what, role ID. Okay, and next we have description text box. Before description we have this checkbox as well. So we should use is active checkbox dot checked equals to row of what, we have this is active over here. Copy this one and paste it over here. Okay, because this checkbox is receiving boolean value, and obviously we are returning boolean value, which is a bit from store procedure, but we need to convert this into boolean. So convert dot to boolean, and after this I'll use this parenthesis. So our conversion is done, and then we have description text box dot text equals to row of what, let me make sure, description. Copy this one from here and paste it over here and convert it to string. Okay, so next I wanna change the text of this button. So if you click and go to properties, and you will find save button text over here, and I'll set save button dot text to update user information. And after this I have this delete button over here, and by default I have set this enabled property of this button is false, but if the user is reloaded for update process, we should enable this button so that user can be deleted as well. So I have set enabled property to true. If you start your application now and double click on this one, look at this, our form is successfully populated. We are getting our username, we are not displaying password over here, and is active user is false because this is false over here, and this user doesn't have any description. But let me insert a new user so that description should be existing. So I'll use Alan, password as an admin, then this is a user, and I am setting this as it is active user, and this is a testing user. Save information, close, but our data grid view is not populated, but let me call again after this save information. After reloading, go to view users, right click and view designer. After clicking on this new user button, after showing dialog, we should recall load data into data grid view, so our data grid view should be populated as well. So look at this, we have Alan over here, and if I double click, look at this Alan, this is a user, its is active property is true, and this is a testing user. So this is enough for this video. We have successfully reloaded user information from data grid view into this user form. In the next video we will perform update operation, and after that we will perform delete operation. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again with the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In the previous video we have successfully reloaded this information into this form by simply double click on this. In this video we will perform update operation. When a user click on this one information, this button, this information should be updated in the database. So let's start. As you know, in the previous video I have created two properties inside my user form, username and is update. So I can use of this property is update to do updation process. So if I click on save information button over here, so after validation is found valid, instead of directly performing insert operation, I'll cut it out from here and I'll use another if condition over here. If this dot is update equals to true, then do update process, and else paste it over here. So this is our insert operation, and inside over here update, I'll do the update process. So our update process should be similar to this, so copy this one and paste it over here. So this is our update process. So first we are creating connection, then command, and I'll use another store procedure, and we're passing username, password, role ID, is active, description, and created by. Okay, so we'll create store procedure. I'll reuse insert procedure. I'll reuse some code from insert store procedure because it is similar. I'll copy users, new user, and I'll remove this one, and instead of alter I'll write create procedure and then USP roles and then update user by username, and I'm using parameter as same, username, password, role ID, is active, description, and created by. And instead of using insert statement, I'll simply use update users set, and then I'll set all of information one by one. Username equals to this username, and after this I'll set password equals to this password. Let me copy all of these from here, copy and paste it over here, and let me remove comma from here and specify over here. Okay, good. So remove this values tag from here, remove this one as well, and let me place equal sign so that I can easily copy paste my variable names or parameter names. Okay, so I'll cut it from here. Password is equal to password, role ID is equals to role ID, is active is equals to is active, then description is equals to description, created by is equals to created by, and get date equals to get date. Remove this one, and finally I'll specify where condition, where username equals to username, because we are updating on the basis of this username. Click on execute button over here, click again, and it's executed successfully. Now copy this user store procedure and paste it over here. As we are using username, which is the primary key, we can use we can reuse this code, insert code, this one insert code for both operation, and we can specify one if condition for store procedure and for this username. But this is a beginner series and I don't wanna do some complexity over here, so just follow what I am doing. You can then optimize you can then optimize this code, and you can reduce duplication. So understand, now we have two username because we are passing existing user, we are updating existing user with the new user name. So instead of passing username, we should have another username which is called old username. Let me change this one, old username, and let me copy this parameter, and before this username we should use this old username as well. so that our update process work fine. And let's understand, my name is, I have stored my name as an admin, and now I set my name to John. So I am setting update username to John, where username is equals to admin, so our old username. Okay, I hope you understand. And instead of create, I have already executed this row procedure, so that's why I will use alter execute. And over here, instead of passing old username from here, I will pass this dot username. So understand, when I click on John, and inside the username property of this text box holds value of John, and if I change to Smith, then Smith will be passed as username, and this dot username property will hold John. So that's why I have set these two parameters, old username and username. And this username is a new, and I am setting username value to new username, where username is equals to old username. I hope you understand this one. And after this, username and password and role and is active and stuff like that, and successfully saved. Instead of saved, I will set successfully updated. Okay, so let's start again. I wanna update this John to Smith and admin, and I wanna set this user as active as well, and updated description, so that I can verify update process. Click on this button over here, user is successfully updated. Close. Look at this, we have now Smith, then power user, and is active and updated description. Okay, so if I go to definition, I should also change this form little bit. When our update process is done, then we should change something. We should set this dot is update equals to false. What is this? This dot is update. And we should also set save button over dot text equals to, instead of update, save user information. And then we'll also disabled delete button dot enabled equals to false, and we'll also set this dot username equals to null. Okay, so start again and open up ln this time, and set it password and change it to salesman, and click on update user information. Okay, so look at this, after update process, this save update information text is changed to save user information, and this button is disabled again. So our update process is successfully working. In the next video, we will perform delete operation on this user. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yasin, and in the previous video we have successfully performed update process on users table. In this video we will perform delete operation and delete this user from SQL database. Okay, so let's start. Double click on this delete button, and first make sure this form, this is not required, this button is disabled in the process of insert, but let me double validate this one. This dot is update equals to true. If this form is loaded for update, then go ahead and I'll create dialog result equals to message box dot show, and over here I'll use are you sure you want to delete this user. Let me capitalize this one, and I'll specify confirmation as an caption, and then message box buttons dot yes no, because we are asking question to the user, and message box dot icon to question. Okay, next I'll write if condition if result equals to dialog result dot yes, and then delete user. Otherwise we'll specify a simple information message box dot show you cancelled this process, and I'll specify caption as cancelled message box buttons dot OK and message box icon dot information. Okay, so next we will perform delete operation over here. So I'll go to my, because we have already done in the roles form, so I'll go view roles form and I'll copy, sorry, don't view roles, we should go into roles form and copy, and if result is equals to this, then copy this delete operation and paste it over here. So we are creating SQL connection, we don't use this username, and we will use store procedure name, and we will use username as in parameter, and we'll pass this dot username, and after this I'll set user is successfully deleted from the system. So we'll write an store procedure which will receive username as a parameter. So inside programmability, store procedure, right click new store procedure, and I'll create another one, USB users delete user by username, and we are using one parameter username, which is the type of nvarchar 50, and then I'll write as, then begin, and then end, and over here I'll specify delete from user where username equals to this username. Okay, and click on execute button. Done. And next I'll verify start it again. Sorry, I forgot to add store procedure name over here, so copy and paste it inside this double quotes. Start again, and I want to delete this Smith. Double click on this one and I want to click delete. Look at this, our dialog result is working. Are you sure you want to delete this user? No, I don't want to delete. Look at this, you cancel this process. And if I click on delete again, yes, look at this, user is successfully deleted from the system. If you close this one, look at this, our user is now deleted. And once more for Alan, yes, close, it is perfectly deletion. And only thing I want to do is to close this form once deletion is done, but I don't think so we need that one. We are good to go. So this is how you can perform delete operations. Now understand at what situation we are. We have successfully performed 5 major operations for our roles table. We can insert role, view role, update role, delete role, and search role. And same stuff we have successfully performed on users table. We can insert new users, we can view users, we can delete users, we can search users, and we can update users. Now our basic stuff is completed. In the next video we will start working with the login form, and we will do login form, and we'll perform login functionality inside our application. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again with another video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In this video we will perform login operation, and we will design a new form for login operation, and we will then perform complete login operation in this entire video. In the previous video we have successfully implemented delete operation, and now we will perform login operation. So go to Solution Explorer. Inside our forms folder, I right click, add a new folder, and rename this new form, and rename this form as login form. and right click and view code, and I'll change this one template form. Control Shift B for building a project, and now our login form is looking better. Now I'll go to properties and change login simply, and I'll also now I will create some controls in this form. First control, I'll create a picture box. I'll drag it over here. I need this picture box, and next I need a label, and also I need a text box, and also I need a button in this form. Okay, so select all of this one, go to properties and change the font size properties to 12. Okay, fine. Next I'll set this picture as, I think this size will be much better. Resize this one. Okay, now I'll set it over here. Rename this tag label as username, and then I'll copy and paste it one more time and set it as password. Okay, and I'll drag this username from here, resize little bit, and go to, and I'll set password over here, and I'll also copy this one, move little bit above this one also, and after this I'll create two buttons over here, one for login and one for close or exit, you can say. And now I'll change this text to exit app, and I'll rename this button as exit button, and I'll rename this as login button, and also change the text of this button as login. Done. Next I'll select a picture from a directory. So first go to program.cs and set the startup form as login form, and start your application again. Look at this, our picture border is not looking, and our cursor is focused on this text box, and it is focused aligned at the left side. I want to align into center of these text boxes, and I want to set focus on this text box, and also I want to display the border style of this picture box. So first thing, I'll right click on this picture box, logo picture box, rename this picture box and set border style property to fixed single, and now select both of these by pressing Ctrl and clicking on them. Go to properties and text align, change it to center. Also right click on this text box and set tab index to 0, then 1 for this, then 2 for this, and simply 3 for this. Okay, so start again, looking much better. Now I'll select this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and I'll go to format, center in form horizontally. So these controls are horizontally aligned to our form. Next I'll select these buttons, go to properties, and I'll change flat style to flat, looking better. Now I'll select pictures for both of these buttons and also for this picture box. So right click on this button, go to properties and select image, and you can follow. You copy this one. This is looking better. Now it is displaying text image relation as overlay. Change image before text, looking better. So, and right click on this one and select image as well, and this time I will choose image which will be better for exiting our application. So this is much better. Click on this one and also change the text image relation to image before text. Okay, so instead of using simply login, I'll use login to app. So this is looking much better. Now finally I'll select an big size image for this login. So I'll choose image, then import. Let me find out image. So I have downloaded an image from internet. I have also modified that one little bit. Open up and okay. So if this image doesn't seem so, exactly, you can change size mode, normal or stretch or auto size or center or zoom. So I am good with this stretch image. Okay, so this is our login form. Start again and check. It is looking much better and little bit professional. So we have designed our login form. Now we'll perform coding related to this login form. First of all, I write code for this exit application. So double click on this one, resize this one little bit, and I'll write application dot exit. Okay, and next I'll go to properties and I'll change the name of these text boxes. Username text box and password text box, login button and exit button. So I'll double click on this one. First of all, I'll validate my form is form valid, and I'll generate this method control dot period or period. Generate this one and I'll go to my users form. So I can copy the validation code from there, and I have this validation code over here. We don't want to tell the user that you should enter 50 characters or something else in the login form, but we should validate our username and password. So if username is empty, then username is required, and copy one more time and set it out for password as well. Okay, and change this one to password is required, then password text box, and finally return true. Okay, and after this, as we are getting data from our database, we need to create a connection with our SQL database, and we need to create some store procedures. But this after all of this is the read operation, and we have already create read operation inside our existing form, so I can reuse code from there as well. We can copy code from view where we are fetching data, view roles form, and I'll go to load data into data grid view. So copy this one and I'll reuse this code over here inside our login form. So if form is valid, then paste that code and we'll modify this code. First, import namespaces using system.data.sql client, and also for our connection string class. Okay, but this time our username should be different, and obviously we are also passing two parameters for our login form, cmd.parameters.add with value, and first parameter add username and value will come there, and paste it one more time for password. And I'll specify username .text.trim, and also for password, but we are using encrypted password. we should call our secure data class to generate the encryption for this one, and that encryption then will be verified to our database. So I'll call my secure data class dot encrypt data, and I'll pass this password textbox dot text dot trim. If you are following this tutorial series, then definitely you understand this class. Okay, so we are using SQL data table because we don't want to display data over here, but let me use as it is, because we will need this data table in our upcoming videos where we'll be performing information related to user privileges and stuff like that. So after storing data into SQL reader, I'll check if str.has rows, then I will load data into my data table and simply message box.show login successfully. Okay, and then I'll write else statement and I'll message box dot show username or password is incorrect. Then I'll specify wrong authentication failed, and then buttons dot OK and icon dot error. Okay, so let's create a show procedure which will receive these two parameters. So right click on show procedure, new, and show procedure, create procedure USB, and then I'll call users, then verify login details, and let me rename this. Okay, and we are using two parameters for this show procedure, one for username and varchar of type size 50, and then add password and varchar of 50, and then I'll use simply as begin and end, and then you can simply select hash from our table, because we are not simply use static for simplicity. This login store procedure might be complex, and you can add your own validation logics, because this is the beginner tutorial series and I am happy with the basic approach. Username and password, let me drag it up from here, equals to this one. And remember, we have already select star from users, where username is equals to this and password equals to this. But if you remember, we have set this is active state, and we should specify, we should allow only active users to log in, and I'll specify and is active equals to 1. 1 stands for 2 in SQL, so only activated users can access our application. Click on execute button over here, copy this store procedure name and paste it over here. Done. And now start your application and type John, and then let me change this default behavior of text box as well. Go to properties and use system password character as true. Okay, now really I don't remember the password which is stored inside this table, and I cannot use this admin password because we are using our secure data class to convert to encrypt this password. Okay, so our next user is Mark Smith, and I don't know the password for Mark Smith. Let me try Mark Smith and Mark Smith. click on login. Login successfully. I successfully remembered that from Mark Smith. And if I type wrong password over here, click login, username or password is incorrect. Okay, this is how you can create login form for your application. And once again, remember, you can make complex login form store procedure for your own application. If you require some guidance related to security or making this store procedure complex, you can contact me. But as I already told you, this is a beginner series, so I don't wanna introduce a lot of complexity over here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video, where we'll create another form called dashboard form. Instead of displaying this login form successfully, we'll display the dashboard form, the main menu form. Okay, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. And remember again, we are using this DT roles. This DT roles we don't need this DT roles right now at this time and this data table, but we will use this data table in our upcoming videos. So that's why we need this one. Obviously we need this one, and I'll show you in our upcoming videos why I'm using this data table and this DT roles over here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rofi Yasin, and in this video we will create and design our dashboard form. In the previous video, we have done this with this login form, and if I write my login details over here and click on login, oops, I don't remember password, but after the successful login we are getting this message box.show login successfully. Let me verify the username. It's Mark Smith. Start again, and let's verify what we are getting, and log into app. Look at this, login successfully. Instead of displaying this message, we will display the dashboard screen so that user can perform his desired operations. Okay, so I'll go to Windows and close all documents. Okay, go to Solution Explorer. Inside our forms folder, I'll right click, add window form, and I'll rename this dashboard form. Okay, and I'll go to view code and change this temp form to our template form. Control S and Control Shift B to build this project again. And if you open this form again, look at this, our form is now looking better. And I'm going to pause the video and we'll continue in a minute. I wanna design this form. So this is our simple dashboard or main menu form, where I have these three buttons: add student, view student, and exit application. And over here I welcome to CMS, and I will display the logged in username over here and access over here, and today means the current date and current time over here I will specify, but that's not the part of this video tutorial. And next I will have file where user can create new student, user can view students. We will not create students and we will not view the students as well, but we will create forms for them so that you can understand how user can create or manage these functionalities. And user can change its password. And over here I have admin menu, so this menu will only be accessible to the admins. So if I click on user, admin can create new users, view users, and obviously admin can delete or update users, and same with the roles. But or you can say our simple users will not be able to do this functionality. So that's why I have to show the difference. I have created one for here and one over here. Okay, so go to our login form, and after successful login, instead of displaying message, I will create an instance or object of dashboard form. Equals to new dashboard form, and then I will dashboard form dot show dialog. Let's start again, and let's Mark Smith and then Mark Smith. Click on login, and look at this, our dashboard is now displaying. The next thing I want to change, remove this form from here, form word, and also you can see our login form behind this form. I want to hide this form as well. Okay, so before going to the dashboard form, I want to hide this form, so this dot hide. I am inside my login form, so before displaying the next form I want to hide this one. And one more thing I want to change, remove this form word from here, properties, and instead of dashboard I will use CMS dashboard. Done. Start again, and Smith. Perfect. Our application is now perfectly working, and I will write code for this one, exit application, and this exit application as well. So exit application dot exit. Please change the button name, I forgot to change that one. Next, exit application dot exit. And next we don't have any new student or view student form, we'll create later on, but we have our change password. So I'll open this one. We don't have even our change password, we'll do that one in the in our upcoming videos. But we have our users, new user, will create user form equals to new user form, and then I'll create user form dot show dialog. Okay, and next I will create view users equals to new, and then vuf dot show dialog. Okay, after this we have roles. Obviously we'll do this one, and also I will do this one. Okay, let's start your application and make sure it is working or not. Let me Mark Smith log into our app, and if you click on here new user, look at this, our form is now displaying. View users, we can also view the users, and if I click on roles, new role, it is displaying, and view roles, it is also displaying. Let me resize this main menu, or you can also set up, right click on this form, go to properties, and you can also set up Windows state to maximize. Okay, and also resize this form little bit. Done. Start again, Mark Smith. Perfect. Now this is our CMS. I will create CMS and will continue from this tutorial in some near future inshallah, but for the time being our main purpose is to understand login functionality and user management, user privileges and stuff like that. And I forget to add user privileges menu item over here, so let me change that one as well. User access. Okay, I don't have any form for user access, I'll add in our upcoming video. So this is all about our dashboard form. We'll meet again in the next video where we will perform change password functionality. Thank you so much for watching. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yasin, and in this video we will design our change password form, and we'll also write code for any logged in user can change password. So before proceeding, if I start application again, look at this. If I log in and you can see our login form is displayed on the screen. But if you look at your taskbar at the bottom side, this form doesn't have any icon on the taskbar. So we should also enable this property. Right click on form, go to show in taskbar and set it to true. This is the main form, so that's why I have set this taskbar property false, because all of other our forms should not be displayed separately inside in our taskbar. This is the only form that will be displayed inside our taskbar, which is representing the complete application. Okay, so next I'll go to my forms folder and I'll create a new form and I'll set change password form. Okay, right click and view code and inherit this from template form and build the project. And our change password form is looking better, so resize this one and go to properties and change this text property as well, change password. And I will use these buttons, copy and paste it over here. So I'll set old password, then new password, and resize little bit more, copy this one more time, put it down little bit, and I'll set it as confirm password. And instead of using login, I'll set change password, resize a little bit, and instead of using close exit tab, I should use close. Okay, and this icon is not suitable for close. We should look for different icon. I don't think so I have one in here, so let me find out. So I'll use this one. Perfect. So go to login button, change this to change password button. Okay, and instead of exit tab, this should be close button. Okay, and now I'll select all of these and go to format, then center in form, then horizontally, and then I'll set it, align it to the above. Okay, now drag it little bit above. Okay, and also, so this is our change password form. First of all, understand the scenario. Any logged in user will be able to change its password, so we must think that how we pass information from this login form to here, that how this form knows about who is the logged in user. That's why I used DT roles. Let me rename this one DT roles instead of DT user and paste it over here. That's why I created data table over here. I'll show you in a minute, but before that, go to our main menu form or dashboard form and create an object, change password form, cpf is equals to new change password form, and then cpf dot show dialog. And instead of typing again and again inside this login form, I am right clicking and going into text, and I am defining static text for the time being. Okay, so that I can't type again and again. Let's click on login, click on change password. Look at this, our change password is being displayed inside our dashboard container. Now I'll write code for this close, and I also start writing code for this change password. Close this one, exit your application, and so double click on this close button and simply write this dot close. And after this I'll double click on change password, and first I'll check for is firm valid. I'll do validation control dot generate this method, and I write if old password. Let me change the text of this button as well. Old password text box and new password text box, and then confirm password text box. Okay, so I'll check if old password text box dot text dot trim is equals to string dot empty. Then I'll display a message box dot show. This is our message box buttons dot OK and icon dot information, or you can use icon dot error. And after this I'll set old password dot focus, and I'll return false. I'll copy this one. I wanna validate all of 3 text boxes, and I'll use old password is required, then error, validation error, copy, paste it over here, and copy again, paste it over here as well, and change this to new password, and then confirm password. And also set focus, change this one to new password, and change this one to new password, and set this to confirm password, and also confirm password. And next I will return true. If all of our above conditions are false, it means our form is valid, and I'll return true. So right click properties and set use system password character property to true. Do this one for also and this one for also. Okay, so if you start your application again, login, change password. If I click save change password, old password is required, type here. Click new password is required, type here. Confirm password is required, type here. Look at this, this is working, but this is not the correct scenario. Our new password and confirm password should be same, so I will write validation for this one as well. So after all of form empty validation, I'll write another validation. Let me copy this one, and I'll write if new password dot text dot trim not equals to confirm password dot text dot trim. If this text box dot text is not equals to this, then I'll set new and confirm password is not matched. Okay, so start again, log into app, change password, write something, and 1 2 3 4 5 and 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on here, let me write 6 over here. Click, look at this, new and confirm password is not matched. So close this one. So this video is already taking my 10 minutes. I hope this is enough for this video. I'll do further in my next video, because this contains some logic. First I will transfer the current logged in users details and store somewhere in my program, and then I will update password for that logged in user. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin, and in the previous video we have successfully designed our change password form, and we have successfully done our validation logic. But in this video, in the continuation of previous part, I wanna fetch login details from my login form, and I wanna store somewhere so that I can access that details for updating password, because at this stage we don't know for which user we are performing update operation. We wanna fetch login details and we have to store somewhere so that we can use that username for update process. And also I wanna display the logged in username into this user label text box. I will not do this access label, I will do somewhere in upcoming videos, but right now I need this one. Okay, so go to your login form, and if you remember, go to designer, click on login to this form, and if you remember, I have created this data tables, and we don't need at this point these data tables for login operations, but we do need this data table if we wanna fetch those details which we are getting from this store procedure. This is a simple store procedure. I can show you again once again if you remember. Yeah, this is a simple store procedure. Select all from users, and which will display all of records if user is valid, and it will giving me this details: username, password, role ID, stuff like that. But we only need username and role ID from here, so that's why I have created this data table. Okay, so before hiding this, I need to store these user details somewhere. So I'll create a new class. So inside our general folder, right click, add new class, and rename this class as logged in user. And I'll create two properties. For the time being, I'll do more in our upcoming user privileges videos, but for the time being I'll create only two properties: prop static int string, and I wanna store username in this property, username, and another thing I wanna store prop int role ID. Okay, and also set this as static property, so I can directly access by calling this login user class instead of creating object. So before displaying our dashboard form, I want to fetch these details from this data table. So I will create data row object, user row equals to dt user dot rows, and will fetch first row. And now I have this record, this complete record inside my user row object. So I can simply call my logged in user class and dot username equals to user row, and specify column name over here, username dot to string. Okay, so after this I'll call again logged in user dot role ID equals to user row, and then I'll specify role ID over here. And also I need to convert it into integer, convert dot to int32. Done. So before displaying this form, we are fetching username and user role ID from data table, and we are storing this information with to this class, and that's why I'm using static property, because this class will be holding these two properties for the whole runtime application. So if you start your application, it will not look different, but it will look different right now. Now I wanna fetch those username and display inside this label, and fetch role ID and display access according to that role. So right click on this label and its name is LBL admin, so I'll display admin label and I'll change to role label. Okay, so instead of using Mr. I will also only use CMS because there might be a girl who is using our system. Okay, so double click on this and inside our load event I will call my user label admin label. This is not a good name, this should be user label, but and I'll fetch this detail from logged in user control dot and import namespace logged in user dot user name, and for roles label dot text equals to logged in user dot role ID. We can use if statement and this is integer, I need to convert it into string. This is the integer and I can define access accordingly, but for the time being let's continue and understand what I'm doing. Click on here, look at this, we are logged in as Marksmith and our access number is 6. If you start again and admin and login, look at this, we are logged in with admin username and our access level is 1. Okay, so in this video you understand how you can store logged in user details somewhere and how you can call. Now if I click on change password, I can directly access the logged in user. I can tell my computer or tell my software, or I can tell my store procedure that hey store procedure, please update the first, check the old password. Let's say I write 12345, I'll go to the database and check, please select the password for this user. If this user has this password, then go ahead and update this new password to our database. Okay, I think it seems okay with me, and you also, if you're following from scratch, will do the change password functionality in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. In the previous video we have successfully displayed username inside this label, and we are also getting user ID from database, and now we have stored this username inside our separate class so that we can access this username at any stage anywhere in my application. Now we are ready to perform change password functionality. So let's understand. First, when I write password over here, we will go to database and check that this password is for this user, because it might be happen that Marksmith logged into application and go somewhere and another guy came and changed the password of Marksmith. We don't do this one. We will make sure first that you are Marksmith. If you're Marksmith, you should write your old password correctly, and if your password is correct, we will check this password from database, and after verifying this one, we will write simply update process to update this password into database. Okay, so let's start. Exit and go to change password. Double click on this one. You can see is form valid function is valid function is perfectly working. Next, I will create another if statement. Verify existing password. Okay, so I'll create another if statement. If old password, I can start with is password verified. Okay, and done. Now I'll press control dot or period and generate method, and understand this method is returning an boolean true or false. So now we will pass current password and check that password is exist in the database or not. Okay, so we have reading information From database we have also write this code inside our login form, so we'll copy this one and use a little bit from here, copy and paste it over here. So now understand, control dot for importing namespace for this one, and this one also, and verify. Instead of verify login details, we will verify password. I'll create this store procedure in a minute, and we are only specifying a single parameter as password, and its value will come from old password.text.trim. And instead of directly passing value, we should again use our secure data class to encrypt this password. Okay, so I'll pause this one, and I don't need this one as well. I need this one, but I don't need this data table at this time, and I also don't need this one, and remove this one. And over here I'll create simply a bool variable. Bool is correct equals to false. By default I'll set this bool variable to false, and once if str.has rows, if this data reader has rows, then I'll set is correct equals to true. Otherwise this correct will be considered as false, and after this using statement, let me add space, after this using statement I'll return is correct. Okay, so is correct is by default false, and once we're getting value from our database, obviously we need two parameters because we want to check the password for which user. We also need to specify another parameter, cmd.parameters.add with value, and over here we will specify add username, and its value will get it from logged in user.username. Okay, so we'll pass username and its old password, and we'll check inside our store procedure that this has matching username and password. If yes, then obviously our data reader will have some rows, and it will set is correct variable to true and will be returned as true. Otherwise, if doesn't have any rows, this will be automatically considered as false and it will return false. And if this is returned true, then go and update password. Else I'll display message box dot show your old password is not correct, please enter correct password. Okay, and I'll specify caption failed message box buttons dot okay and message box icon dot error. Okay, so let's create this store procedure, and remember this store procedure is receiving two parameters. So I'll reuse create procedure users and change verify password, and we're getting two parameters, username and password. And obviously this is a logged in user, and this is you can say an enabled or active user. So we'll use select star from users, where username is equal to this and password is equal to this. If username and its old password will be correct, it will definitely return the output. So I'll create execute, and that's why it will return number of rows, and that's why I will using this SQL data reader, and I'm checking for rows. If this data reader has rows, is correct is true. So start your application again, and let me log into app, change password, and let type over here Mark Smith, and new password as admin. We should change it tab index as well, and admin again. Click on this one, Look at this, this is doing nothing because we don't have write any update code. But if I change its old password marksmith12345, click on change password, look at this, your old password is not correct, please enter a correct password. So now we will perform update operation. So we'll go inside this if statement, and we have already done update operation inside our two tables. So I'll copy users form, I'll go here, and this is the update process. I'll copy from here and I'll go here and paste it over here. So first we're creating connection, and then we'll users, and I rename this store procedure as change password. The only thing we need to pass insert here, change this one old username to simply logged in user.user name. Okay, and we don't need this one, and we only need to specify new password. So we'll set new password and we'll get it from new password. Remove this one. And if you understand, in our starting videos we are using created by property and we are specifying default value for admin, but we now have this logged in user information, so I can use this one instead of passing, you can say, the default admin. And after executing, I can simply call password is successfully changed. Okay, and obviously we need this reset form controls. I'll generate this one and I'll reset new password dot text dot clear, then old password dot clear, then confirm password dot clear, and after this I'll set old password dot focus as well. If you start your application again, but we don't have any store procedure right now, let me create this one. Username, new password, and created by, we need 3 parameters. Okay, so I'll paste it over here, username, new password, and one for created by as an n voucher of 50. And obviously we need created date. We don't have any created date over here, but we will need this one. Change this one. Update users, and we'll set password equals to new password, and this is a reserve, so we should use these square brackets. So set password is equals to this, and also set, we don't need to set, but set for the time being, set it as created by equals to add created by, and also set created date equals to add created. We don't have any variables, we should get this date from SQL server. Okay, so execute this one and start your application again. So I am logged in with Marksmith, change password Marksmith, and I am setting this password as admin and admin again. Look at this, password is successfully changed and our form is now cleared. If I exit application and start application again, and if I click on login, look at this, username or password is incorrect because our new updated password is admin. Okay, perfect. Now we are good to go. We have successfully implemented change password functionality. And let me add one thing more about this one. Instead of using created by value, instead of using static values in your all forms, you can now use this logged in user class. So I'll go to roles form, save information, and instead of using this static admin, I can use now this logged in user class. and after this I can also use for this one. Okay, now let me verify somewhere. Now we need this in our user form as well. Save information and change it to this one and change it to this one as well. Okay, so user and roles and login done. We're good to go. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm very happy that we are getting closer to our application. We are almost done 85 to 90% of our work. The only thing is required is user privileges and how to manage user privileges. We'll discuss that one in a later, and we'll also check if you open your dashboard form. We'll also do using privileges. If this is admin, then the logged in user, if the logged in user is admin, then he can access these options, otherwise he can access only these options. So we'll do in our upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yasin. In the previous video we have successfully displayed our dashboard form, and we are also successfully navigating throughout our application from our dashboard form. Okay, so in this video I wanna display access level for each user, and I wanna also display this you can say this admin values as well. So if our user's role is admin, then this menu will be shown, otherwise this menu will be hidden. Okay, let's start now. So inside our table we have these three roles currently. Role ID 1 admin, and it has full rights, then 2 normal rights, and 3 limited rights. So if you remember, in our login form we are setting this value, storing this value into logged in user.role ID in one of our previous video. Okay, so I wanna go to dashboard, and I will go to double click and open up form load event, and after this I wanna create an method. Just get rid of this label. We don't want to store this you can say role ID. Okay, so set up user access. So we are creating this function, and press Ctrl dot to generate this one, and over here we will specify each user for function. First I wanna set up this label value. So let's check the name, role label, copy, and I will use switch statement over here. Switch of logged in user dot role ID, and over here I will specify cases. Case 1 and role label dot text equals to full rights, and after this I'll simply create break. Okay, so let's copy this one. If our role ID is 1, then the user should have full rights, then 3. Currently we have only 3 roles, 1 2 3, power user and user, case 2 and case 3. Okay, so normal rights and then limit rights. First check out this, it is working or not, then we'll do further. Admin, sorry, Rauf admin, and our access label is not perfectly working, and it's not modified, so we should also see what is happening over here. So let's make sure role label, and let's add breakpoint over here. and start again. And we are calling this function step into role ID. What's happening over here? Start again. Oops, it's getting role ID as an 8, but we have defined case 1 2 3 4 5, stuff like that. So let's make sure what is our role ID inside our database. So go to users table, edit, and look at this, we have role ID 8 over here because I have changed this one. Start again. Hope it should work now. Perfect, we are getting role ID full rights. If I create a new user over here, so Ali, and it is a power user. Save, and let me add one more, Ahmad, and this time it should be simple user. Save information, close, log in again to make sure it is working or not. Ali, and Ali is a power user, so access is normal rights. If you start again, and this time with Ahmad, limited rights. Perfect. Now I wanna hide this one. If my current user is not administrator and if it doesn't have any full rights, so it should not be able to see this menu. So it cannot perform insert users, view users, stuff like that. It cannot define roles, and it cannot set this user access. Okay, so first make sure what is the name of this tool label menu strip. Click OK, and it's an admin layer tool. Let's change this one to admin menu. Okay, and now I can easily access this one admin menu in my code. So over here, if our user has role ID 1, then it has full rights, and then it should be able to admin menu dot visible equals to true, and we will set this admin menu. Right click, go to properties, and we will set default visible status of this label or this menu is false, so that no one can see by default. But in case if role ID is 1 and it has full rights, then this should be visible. If you start again, Rauf, which is an admin of our application, log in. Look at this, this is admin, has full rights, and it can see this admin menu over here. But if I start again, and this time I will log in with Ali. Perfect, we are not we cannot now create new roles, and we cannot now access, you can say we cannot now perform insert users and view users, and insert roles and view roles, and also we cannot perform we cannot manage user privileges. But if you see over here, we have user role, view roles, add user, and view users. These 4 buttons over here. So we can also validate these buttons over here. So if I will do only for this one. If I double click, you can then copy for rest of buttons. Double click, and if logged in user dot role ID is equals to 1, display form and do what you want, otherwise simply else, and display and message. You are not allowed to perform this operation. Okay, access denied, and then buttons.ok and icon.information. Start again, and this time I'll log in with admin. I can easily click, but if I log in with another user, Ali, let me change this one. Start, click on this. Look at this, you are not allowed to perform this operation, access denied. So this is how you can validate your users to access specific menus, and you can validate on the basis of role ID, because we are using roles in our application. So this is all about for this course. In the next video I'll show you how to create this template for your every next project, and how to use a complete user management setup rather than creating each and every time a new setup and copy pasting code, or creating again and again this code. You can use this project for all of your next you can say next projects. So we will save template, and then you can reuse this template, and your every new project should have all of these codes, and you can easily reuse them. Okay, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rof Yasin. In the previous video we successfully displayed each user's access, and we also validate users or restrict user access from if the current role of user is not admin, then user cannot add user role, view role, add user and view users, and user also cannot see this menu item over here for performing these operations. Okay, in this particular video, and I'm also very happy that we successfully completed this course. As I have told you in the very previous video, startup video, I have told you that we are not going to build a campus management system. The purpose of this video tutorial series is to teach you how to create user management system for your each application. So now at this stage we have successfully created our user management system. We are now validating users. We can now create new users, view users, update users, delete users. We can create new roles. We can assign roles to many users. We can view roles, update and delete roles. We can perform change password, and we can also log in and log out to our application. So this course is all about this stuff, and congratulations for doing this. And this is not you don't waste your time, because I am telling you the value of this course. Now if you look at this before watching 25 or 26 video, you know that this is a very bit complicated and long process. In every application you have to do. In every application you have to make logins, logout and change password, create users, create roles and stuff like that. But now congratulations, if you have follow me, then in the future you don't need to create every time all of this stuff. I am telling you, I'm showing you now a trick how to create template for this project, and then you can reuse this template again and again in your upcoming projects, rather than creating one from scratch and writing all of this code, or copy pasting designing tool and stuff like that. We will save this project as a template. So basically this is the startup project for every application. Every application should have all of these functionalities as a startup. So we have successfully implemented startup, and now we can save this project as a template, so that our each and every next project should have all of this functionality built in. Okay, so exit, go to file and go to export template. We are going to export this project as a template, and this is the project template. Next, we don't want to you can also specify if you don't need this, you can say if you only need login form, then you can save this login form with it all of its code and design using item template. But I wanna export this as a whole project. Next, and then you can write your name. So I will write startup project, and I can also add template description that this project has users and roles, change password, login, logout, and restrict access with dashboard. Okay, and you can also specify the image, and you can also preview you can also set the preview image for this template, but I don't have any images and I don't wanna set up over here. And also make sure that the location where this template is going to be saved, you can also copy this location if you need and click on finish. Done, our template is successfully created at this location. Complete desktop project template, user template, and startup project and stuff like that. So now what to do? Let's say I want to create an student management system, or I want to create an hospital management system. Close this solution and file, new, and project. And inside our classic windows, I will rename this application as, first look at this, we don't have any template over here, but a project for creating an application within Windows Forms user interface, search install template. So we have created our own startup template. Look at this, desktop starter template, and I don't remember startup project. Look at this, startup project, and you can also see description. This project has users, roles, change password, login, logout, and restrict access with dashboard. And now I can rename this project as hospital management. Don't use spaces are not good. Management system dash, you can also specify app, and I will change this directory to my desktop, and I'll create a new project. Select, and now click OK. Done. This is our very first and new project, hospital management system. But now you can see inside this hospital management system we have all of our forms, and if you open one of our form, and let me check what the designer could not be, let's see, wait while, and you have dashboard form, login form, and all of our forms and our general classes and stuff like that. If I build this project, okay, now open up your change password, or simply first open up your template form. Where is our template form? Open up this one, and now you can open up this one. Look at this, perfect. This is our dashboard form, perfect. Login form, template form, users form, view roles form, and all of these forms has complete built-in code. Now this is fine with the desktop application. This is we are getting all of our design forms and codes. But now how to use our existing database, because you know this application is linked within database. So we have our database over here. So if you right click on users management, go to script, go to task, and go to generate scripts. Next, and I wanna select script entire database and all database objects. Next, and click save to new query window, and click on advanced, and over here type of data to be script, use schema and data, because we wanna our roles and users exist in this database. Okay, now click on next, and it will generate a script for us so that we can reuse this one. Okay, so before going to this script, let me please select from here and go down towards where we are creating our table over here. Delete this one. Okay, and now remove this one as well. But before removing, let me go towards down and remove this one as well. Okay, and now go to at the top, and let's say I want to create database hospital DB. Okay, just select this one, remove this one, just select this one and click on execute. Look at this, command executed successfully. Now instead of using hospital management, user management, we can use hospital DB. Get rid of this one, and now Control A and click on. You can use hospital DB from here as well. This is our hospital DB, and click on execute. Look at this, one row affected, and now you can explore your hospital DB where it is. Right click and refresh, and this is our hospital DB. These are our tables, and you can see we have successfully created our roles, user privileges, users, and if you go to programmability, store procedure, and you will find all of our store procedure over here. The last thing you need to do is to change the name of your database inside your new project. Copy and go to Visual Studio and go to app.config file, and over here we specify in the first video or second video user management or database. You can change to hospital DB, and if you start your application now, look at this, perfect, our application is working. Now set up login, done, boom, you have successfully created your new project with all of existing functionality and all of store procedure and all of your database stuff. Thank you so much for watching this course. I am very happy that I have successfully completed this course. If you need any part of the source code to this application, or if you need any assistance or any guidance, or if you feel any difficulty in writing code or any errors, you can contact me but below in the comment section. Okay, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next course with the new features and with new tools and technologies. Thank you so much. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum.